सेकंड डे के सेशन के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं हमारे रेस्पेक्टेड डिग्निटरी गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर के लिए प्रोफेसर एस सावरीकर जी। गुरुजी, मेरा आपसे आग्रह है गुरुजी, आप अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। चेयरपर्सन के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं प्रोफेसर आनंद चौधरी जी। सर आपसे मेरा नम्र निवेदन है, कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें सर। को चेयरपर्सन के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं डॉक्टर अनिल शुक्ला जी। सर प्लीज़ सर आप पधारें, अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें सर। डॉक्टर अमिताभ गुमान जी सेकंड को चेयरपर्सन हमारे। सर मैं आपको भी आमंत्रित करता हूं, कृपया आकर के अपना मंच पर स्थान ग्रहण करें सर प्लीज़। आज के हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर रहेंगे डॉक्टर बालेंदु जी सर, डॉक्टर दिलीप जानी जी, डॉक्टर तन्मय गोस्वामी जी एंड डॉक्टर सिरा नाठनी। ये आगे दो है ना, इन दो को और कॉल कर लो एक बार, फिर दीप प्रज्वलन करा लो। ये दोनों बुला लिए, ये दोनों आ गए, इनको दोबारा एक बार बोलो। भाई इनको नहीं बुला, तू बोला बोल रहे इनको बोलो।
I request the co-chairperson of the conference, Dr. Anil Shukla ji. Dr. Anil Shukla ji, please come on the stage. I request Dr. Amitabh Guman ji, please come on the dais. The keynote speaker of the today's program is Dr. Balendu Prakash ji. Dr. Balendu Prakash ji, please come on the dais. Thank you. The second keynote speaker is Dr. Dileep Jani ji. Dr. Dileep Jani, please come on the dais. Thank you. Dr. Tanmay Goswami ji. Dr. Tanmay Goswami ji, please come on the dais. Dr. U.S.R.K. Sena Ratne ji, please come on the dais. चश्मा आप लगे बैठेगा नहीं। I request the dais dignitaries to please lighten the lamp at the holy feet of Lord Dhanvantri before starting the program. My humble request to dais dignitaries, please lighten the lamp at the holy feet of Lord Dhanvantri, as it is our culture.
हेलो हेलो हेलो।
Now it is the time to welcome our guest. So, to welcome our guest of honor, Professor S.S. Savarikar ji, I request our co-chairperson, Professor Anandji Chaudhary, please welcome our guest of honor with the bouquet. To welcome our chairperson, Professor Anand Chaudhary ji, I request Dr. Anil Shukla ji, please welcome our chairperson with bouquet. I request Professor Dr. Shukla ji sir to welcome our co-chairperson, Dr. Anil Shukla ji. I request Professor Dr. Mahendra Sharma ji sir to welcome Dr. Balendu Prakash ji. To welcome Dilip Jani ji, I request Professor Dr. Devan Chahaji sir. I request Dr. Ravi Pratap ji to welcome Dr. Sena Ratne ji. Thank you. Ayurveda, an ancient system of medicine, has been practiced for millennia, offering holistic solutions for various health concerns. While its traditional wisdom is deeply rooted, the modern era demands scientific validation to ensure its efficacy and safety. Keeping this concept in mind, this conference has been organized under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir Professor Vaidya Pradeep Kumar Prajapati ji. Also, the concept there in the mind of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, he has also thought that the Indian system of medicine should bring to the heights, because earlier it was not attaining that heights, and for attaining that heights, he demands the standardization of the Ayurvedic drugs and the formulations. And he also wants the documentation of all the drugs has to be done. And for this conference has been organized by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. So before begin this, I want to introduce our guest of honor, Professor S.S. Savarikar ji, sir. Sir, you don't need any introduction, but since it is a culture, I'm giving the brief introduction of yours. Sir, you are the director at Jeevan Rekha Analytical Services, Aurangabad, Maharashtra. Your administrative experience includes you were the advisor of Ayurveda at Government of India, New Delhi. You were the Vice Chancellor of Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar. You also had the post of Dean, Faculty of Ayurveda, MUHS, Nasik. You were nominated as the former member of Court, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Former member, Governing Body, CCRS, New Delhi. Former Chairman, Fundamental Research Scientific Advisory Group. former member of National Pharmacovigilance. You received many awards, some of which are Wadekar Award for Social Work, Sundarlal Joshi Award for Outstanding Performance in Administrative Field of Ayurveda. You received Vaidya D.V. Shinde Ras Aushadhi Award, honored with Pharmacharya degree by Sri Indraprasthi Vaidya, Subha Delhi. You were honored with Lifetime Achievement Award. Your former assignments include Deputy to represent Government of India at Port of Spain, keynote addressee at the International Seminar of Ayurveda at Mahindra Institute, Germany. You authored many books. Some of them are Ayurveda Foundation of Healthy Life, Sharangda Sanhita, Sharayu English Commentary, commentary on Raschandranshu Ayurvedic Classics, Arvachin Ayurvedayan, and many others. So I can't give all the introduction because you possess so many posts. You worked at various high posts of the not only India but also the abroad. You have authored many books. You received many awards. So this was only the brief introduction, and with this, I want to call upon call upon the podium for Professor S.S. Savarikar ji for the speech.
Good morning, everybody. Namami Dhanvantarimadhidevam Surasurivanditam Padabadmam Lokedhararubhivityanasham Datarmisham Bhuvishadinam. Actually, you have heard, you are listening to me since yesterday, so nothing much to add. But still, since the beginning of this program, I will say a few words within 2-3 minutes, not more than that, because we have to listen to our main speakers who are themselves legends, particularly Vaidya Balendu Prakash. He likes to call himself Vaidya, not doctor, and very rightly so. I will add it, he is a Rasa Vaidya rather than a simple Vaidya. So he also needs no introduction, in fact. His work is known all over the world. I will say that he has put his footprints as a Ayurveda Vaidya, Rasa Vaidya, globally he has put it. He is known globally for his work, particularly in the field of cancer, field of migraine and pancreatitis. So many work, and not only that, he doesn't work alone. He takes along whatever the developments are there, current science developments are there. He works with All India Institute of Medical Sciences and many other institutes, renowned research institutes. So we are very eager to know him. I know him since very long. I know him. I am associated with him. I know his work, and many times whenever I see him, I am very happy to see him. His work I always appreciate. So and it's very interesting to note the developments which he is carrying out. Other speakers also, Dr. Dilip Jani, I never heard her, but I'm eager to know her. Friends, the topic Aushadha Manakam itself speaks of volumes in itself. It's a very important topic. Although we are arguing with this topic since my student days I am listening to this thing, particularly from my PG post-graduation days. Everybody talks about this standardization. Initially, there was so much resistance to this particular topic. Standardization. What standardization you are doing? We know we are purchasing our raw materials from a person who we know since so many years we are knowing him. So why should we take any doubt about that? So that was many times I used to, I think most probably somewhere in 1986 or 80s, 80 to 90s, I completed my post-graduation. So my topic was standardization of Anutai, preparation and standardization of Anutai. So that was the new topic, particularly in those days. I presented my paper in one of the conference, I think ISTAM conference, I presented my paper. So many industry people came to see me and asked me how you have conducted this particular thing. We are interested in this particular topic. So, they were the initial days. But later on, slowly, the subject developed. People started talking positively about that. And now, still, we are only talking. Still, we are not able to come to some conclusions regarding standardization. We argue about that, whether it is, what are the, which standards are necessary, whether it is possible or not. Ayurveda is a natural science. We are having natural products. It is very difficult to standardize the things, etc., etc. So many things are there. But remember very well, my friend, there are difficulties whenever you start some work. But because there are difficulties, we should not leave that work. It is very necessary. Yesterday, while talking, somebody was talking that Manak, already the Manak are given in the science, in Ayurveda classes. Yes, they are given. But now it doesn't mean that you don't need. See, Ayurveda always says, whatever is given is sufficient for an average person, a person who is having an average intelligence. But there is enough space is given to those people who are more intelligent. They can explore it at length. Everything can, it's a sea, it's a sea of knowledge. Whenever you dip yourself in the sea, you will find some pearls. So it's you to decide which pearl you want. If you say, no, everything is okay now, I am fulfilled. Science is never fulfilled. A person who is seeking knowledge is an ocean. You can't satisfy yourself with simple one drop or few drops or 100 drops like that. So take a dip in this ocean and try to find out something new. It doesn't mean that whatever we find is final. No, it is not final. I can't say that I have understood everything, although I have 50 years I have spent in this field since my students' days. My teaching career also spans almost 45 years, and other fields also I have worked. But I never feel satisfied. I still think I don't know anything. I know very few things. Many things are there which are not known. But unfortunately, this doesn't happen with everybody. We should try to learn many things. I remember Dr. Anand Chaudhary, I said, he has written to somebody, some official, that I am a student still learning about something. He was scolded for that. Oh, you still are a student. So my friend, this is not right, in fact. We should be always remain in the student phase to learn many things. Of course, the role will change when I will say, we stay here and say, I'm a student, I can't take anything. That doesn't serve the purpose. You should have an authority also, that's true. But my friend, the message which I want to give you, this is a very important topic. Please remember, don't give up anything. Don't think that this is complete. Whatever you are doing is complete. It is never complete. Try to improve yourself. There is always a space to improve yourself. Use the technology appropriately. Problem is that we are not using the technology. For the sake of technology, don't use it. See, technology is not meant for a specific field. Technology can be used everywhere. But you have to understand what is your need. That is very, yesterday also I was talking the same thing. You should know what you want to find out, what you are looking for. If you don't know what you are looking for, simply doing nothing. I always give an example of a matchstick. Matchstick can be used to light a candle. It can be used to light a fire also, big fire also. It is you to decide where it is to be used, what you are going to find out with that light. So I wish that everybody will find his torch and to look what he wants. Everybody should find what he is looking for. And I pray God that everybody should know what he is looking for. That is the most important requirement in the field of Ayurveda. So with these words, I will complete my words. And I thank again to the organizers for inviting me, for giving me a stage. So many times they are listening to me. I don't know how many people like it. But thank you very much for this. Welcome.
Let me introduce our keynote speaker, Vaidya Balendu Prakash sir. Vaidya Balendu Prakash sir hails from a family of Ras Vaidya and holds BSc and BMS degree. He is well known for his pioneering work towards protocol-based Ayurvedic treatment for bringing complete and sustainable relief to the patients of acute promyelocytic leukemia, chronic pancreatitis, migraine, allergic rhinitis, and nutritional anemia. He is well recognized for his work by society and government. He has officiated as chairman ASU TAB, Government of India, and had been member of many high-powered committees in state and the central government. He is recipient of numerous awards, including 4th highest civilian award, Padma Shri, in the year 1999. It's worth to mention that he is the youngest physician to achieve this honor in the country so far. He has published 42 research papers in national and international journals and has been appointed as Professor of Practice at SSRAYU, Cuttack, Odisha, and UPES, Dehradun. His services in the field of evidence-based Ayurveda and the Rashas are commendable. He is founder of VCP Cancer Research Foundation, Padav Specialty Ayurvedic Treatment Center, and Bharat Bhaishaj Shala Private Limited. Now I invite Sir to the podium for the lecture.
Sir. Good morning to all. First of all, I would like to thanks organizers of Aushad Manak Kam 2024 at this Ayurvedic University at Jodhpur. And my special thanks to Honorable VC and his comrade Dr. Ravi, who was instrumental of bringing me to this August gathering. Honorable Chairperson, Co-Chairperson, esteemed guest, today I am going to speak about a topic which is well described in the Shastra, but I am fortunate to witness its applications in my clinical life. So my topic is Gandak, Jarana and Jirna. Ras Shastra means mercury. Ras means mercury, and mercury is highly toxic. There are so many things about mercury, that mercury should go 16 sanskar, Ashta sanskar. But if you read very carefully our granthas, especially Ras Tarangani, which I think Gagar mein Sagar hai. So in Ras Tarangani there is a shlok. It says that whether mercury has been gone under Ashta sanskar or simple Hinglot, if it is not undergone Gandak Jarana, then it is of no use. Very, I will say कि poetically और अलंकृत भाषा में लिखा है कि पारद को शिव और गंधक को पार्वती. तो शिव, whenever Shiv goes alone, वो तांडवी करते हैं. But when he goes with Parvati, वो blessing करते हैं. तो शायद हमारे आचार्यों ने सांकेतिक रूप में पारद और गंधक की, शिव और पार्वती की स्तुति के बीच पर बड़ी तुलना की है. इट इज़ एपरेंट कि जहाँ पर पारद, वहाँ पर शिव और पार्वती हैं, वहाँ पर अग्नि भी मौजूद है, कबूतर भी मौजूद है. तो ये पूरा का पूरा गंधक जाना शिव और पार्वती की संपूर्णता अग्नि के संयोग से की जाती है. क्योंकि when you do kajali, kajali is also mercury and sulfur. But until unless you put fire into that, the word jarana will not come. And how jarana converts into jirna. So if you read the book, you will read on one line that it is important. second page you will read Kachhap Yantra, that it is doing Jarana. And the next page you say Sametu Gandake Jirne Samanya Gadnashna. इवन पारे में समान भाग से गंधक जीर्ण हो जाती है, जारणा नहीं जीर्ण हो जाती है, तो सामान्य रोगों को दूर करती है। द्विगुणे तो विशेषण है महारोग विदूनना, और दुगुनी जब गंधक जीर्ण हो जाती है तो महारोगों को विदून करती है। उसके बाद बाकी भी हैं। तो टुडे वी हैव डन अप टू द्विगुण जीर्ण, और द्विगुण जीर्ण एक दिन में नहीं होता, इट टेक्स टाइम। जारणा तो आप दुगनी जारणा कुछ घंटों में कर सकते हो, पर दुगनी जीर्ण करने के लिए हमको सालों लगते हैं, विच आई एम गोइंग टू प्रेजेंट। एंड हाउ दिस महारोग विदुनना, आई विल नरेट एन एग्जाम्पल हाउ ए महारोग इज बीइंग cured by that medicine. So what is the scenario? This is a classical text. We talk about it, Kachhap Yantra, and this is more described. I think all Rus people read it as a compulsory in a syllabus, but least practice. I don't think that anybody in the country is doing this Gandhak Jirna, Gandhak Jarana. And the first reference which how to do other than Kachhap Yantra, that is described in Rasayanasar, a book written by Shyam Sundar Acharya Ji, Vaishya Ji, in Rasayanasar. He has described how to do Gandhak Jarana in Nalika Damru Yantra. My background to this domain comes because my father, late Vaidya Chandraprakash Ji, was a Ras Vaidya, and he started doing Gandhak Jarana in early 70s and using Nalika Damru Yantra. And an example he made Amar. Amar is a amalgamation of copper and mercury, and then we add sulfur into it, and then it undergoes Jarana. So here you can see mercury, copper, sulfur, and the Nirvap Dravya is Devdali Aprajita, soaked in lemon juice, and that Nirvap Dravya is used in that. Before we do this, other than going through Ash Sanskar, it is again written in Rastarangani. If you are not able to do Ash Sanskar, then grind mercury with पारे को 7 दिन आखे के दूध में, 7 दिन थुअर के दूध में, 7 दिन धतूरे के रस में, 7 दिन कलिहारी में, 7 दिन घुंगूची में, कनेर की जड़ की छाल में और अफीम में इसको घोट घोट के उठा लें. ऊर्ध्वपातन यंत्र. And again, I will say there is some modification, because when we do ऊर्ध्वपातन यंत्र, in Nalika, in Damru yantra, we basically lose all the mercury, and here we have to do 14 times, so it is impossible. So we developed a yantra, Shivlinga shaped ऊर्ध्वपातन yantra, and if you recall that in 2004 we have done a national training workshop on Ras Shastra by under Department of Ayush, and there we have demonstrated that by using this Shivling shaped ऊर्ध्वपातन yantra, we hardly lose any mercury in that. Suppose we start with 500 grams, even after 14 times of ऊर्ध्वपातन, we get 490 grams in our pocket. So first of all, this mercury is prepared that way, and after that, telam takre, gava mutre, amal ke chakulat ke, in that process, copper is purified, and then amla sar gandak is taken, melted, and again titrated through trifla, and this is there. And when it is there, it is ground together, kajli bana, tamba, pare ka amalgamation, then gandak, and then this is subjected to this liquid which I mentioned, that Devdali and Aprajita was soaked into lemon juice overnight, and next day that juice was used in that. And after that, this is a yantra nirman. We are making handiyas, and handiyas are basically glass polished handiyas. Basically, Muslims are cooking it, using it for cooking their food. So my father used those handiyas because they are not porous, and sulfur doesn't go out. And then in this slide, you can see here, this damru shape thing has come, and this damru has gone into fire. And this fire is done on a special wood, because there are 3 types of wood we use, either guava wood, babool wood, or adu wood, because they give constantly temperature, and we have observed the temperature remains that flame temperature or cold temperature is 380 to 400 degree centigrade of these things. And here you can see in sequence Gandhak Jaran is going on, and next day when the Gandhak Jarana is done, because slowly this gandak is gone through this small tube, nalika, and then it is cooled down. In the bottom you will found something, I think this is a tamra sindoor. There is no red color because some sulfur is there, because if you put more fire, maybe there will be fear of losing mercury into that. So, and again we add sulfur to that, again we grind with the juice, and this is subject to that. This is done 100 times. So 100 guni gandak jarna is done. It takes years to do it. Our chairman, Professor Anand Chaudhary, who is a renowned Rasacharya and highly academic person, he had been to Rashala and he had witnessed how continuously this is done. So this process, hours of heating, starts when we take in the beginning, we hardly use 12 hours for the same amount of sulfur, because at that time sulfur evaporates. Gradually after each processing, it continues, and then what we find, sulfur doesn't evaporate. Mercury and sulfur both are volatile, but when you do this process, gradually volatile substance starts stabilizing, and then we start increasing the hours. And here you can see, initially it was 12 hours, and lastly it is 120 hours. It is very surprisingly how the sulfur which was evaporating in 12 hours, after 120 hours it doesn't evaporate at all. And same thing, this is the weight, because many myths are there, if you do gandak jarna, weight will not increase. Then gandak jirna jab hogi to kidhar jayegi? Whatever we eat, that is jarna, but still we get some these micrograms in our body. So here we have seen that initially temperature goes up, because our focus is how to stop mercury inside, retain mercury inside. So we allow that, and once the temperature, this weight has gained, we increase the temperature, and after that we find that whatever we take, suppose we take 250 grams mercury, 750 grams copper, then 500 grams sulfur is there, and that is called Dviguna Gandak Jirna, we find, and it is inseparable from the mercury that time, and that's we call Dviguna Gandak Jirna. This concept, when we talk what is Jarna, what is Jirna, we are always confused. So here we have seen this, and we have brought some physics into it, because I found the medicine which my father was making, it was working. When I was making, it was working. But when my worker started making, it didn't work. Though we were grinding, we were heating. So I said, what is missing? Then I was missing the quality of the grinding was missing. So in 90s, we incorporated this particle size analyzer, and we found that whatever medicine I was grinding, it was less than 5 micron, and my workers, when they were grinding, it was 11,000 micron. There was a vast differentiation. So we used it for the quality control of grinding. Our aim is not to see the particle size. Our aim is to ascertain the quality of the grinding, so that we are using. And again, we use heat sensors to our furnaces, traditional furnaces. And following that, we design computer control furnaces, and we identical it. So these two mechanization has been done to that. And what is happening? There was a big question. What is happening to mercury and sulfur? So in the first figure, which is red and blue, it is copper and mercury. And then you are processing, and you are seeing the different peaks are coming. And the last, after 100, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 peaks are coming, that is of minerals, and there is no free metal into that. That is a wonderful thing, that we are doing Gandak Jarna with mercury and copper, and the last, there is no copper, no mercury, no sulfur. And this formulation, which has been come out, which we call Amar, it recently got patent by Government of India, Ayurvedic formulation for the treatment of chronic pancreatitis. I am very happy to say it is the first of India and second of the world on this chapter. This is safety had been a major concern. So this product which we have shown has gone to acute, subacute and chronic toxicity following OECD guidelines, and there is no adverse effect has been observed with that. And again, therapeutically, many medicines we say it is effective, but we fail to say clinically only, because in pancreatitis we have used this medicine, which is a Maharog, and in 2 experimental models, this product has shown that a particular dose, at particular dose of 3 mg to 4 mg per kg body weight, it has a strong pancreatitis protective properties. If it is less than that, it will not show. If it is more than that, it will not show. So here, little bit thing that we have so far 2050 patients of a one disease, because I always found the comment from many scientists, because I had been member of Indian Cooperative Oncology Network. They say, Balendu, the biggest weakness of your system is that you bring single case report, short-term follow-up and poor research methodology. I took his words, and here, rather than presenting one case of this type, one present of this type, we focused on treating one disease which is incurable in the modern medicine, and we are continuously documenting our practice from 1997, now me and now my daughter. It is not only that it was my father who was doing or I am doing, we developed a protocol which is not heard in Ayurveda. We always say Prakriti is different, Vikriti is different, treatment will be different. I said no, if the disease is the same, treatment protocol will be same. It may be some sort of Shastrokht Virukt, but as our chairperson, Professor Savirkar said, that everything is possible, nothing is end, and here we are very happy that our uniform protocol is bringing this. So we got 2050 cases, and when we do, we bring some new information also. Pancreatitis in modern medicine is known as the disease of southern state of India, but our data which we analyze at 100 patients, on 250 patients, 550 patients, 1111, and 2022 now, we say that UP is the highest number of cases. We have published it, we are again going to publish it. So we as Ayurvedic physician can also bring something new if we find it. And the second state is Maharashtra, and third state is I think Gujarat and Delhi. And Gujarat, Delhi is always in competition, not in disease, for so many things. So this is also visible here. And there, again a myth, that pancreatitis is a disease of more prevalent among gallbladder stones and alcoholic takers. But our data says that it is the disease, 75% patients are those who never took alcohol in their life. 20% were those who never bought alcohol in their life, but they got it. Free ki mili to pee li, vaise nahi piya. Only 5% were those who were the heavy drinker. Is similarly non-smoker. So again there is a new finding in that, and that way Ras Shastra is playing a crucial role, because what is thus, when a medicine prepared of minerals with a balanced diet is given, these patients are getting better. And one more factor, Chinta Chita Samaprokta Bindu Matram Matantraha. Our Shastra, our Acharyas has written, चिता के ऊपर बिंदु लगाओ तो चिंता बन जाती है. चिंता चिता समाप्रोक्ता बिंदु मात्र मतांतरा सजीवे दहते चिंता निर्जीवे दहते चिता. So today's lifestyle, today's professional life, whether a student, whether it's a serviceman, whether it's a businessman, they live continuously in chinta. This is stress in English or Hindi. So chinta is a broad word. Anxiety, chinta, depression, they all into come. So this disease is more prevalent into those. And this happens. Basically we say Ayurveda doesn't work in acute condition. Here patient come with raised amylase lipase, which is the indication of acute thing. And you can see within 10 days it starts coming down. That is acute condition. And after 300, or similarly emergency attacks, the disease is associated with emergency attacks and emergency hospitalization. What we observed in 1084 cases, that before Ayurvedic treatment in 1 year, they had 3,140 episodic attacks. After 1 year of treatment, there was a drastic reduction up to 92.9% emergency attacks. And second thing, what happens in emergency attack? They go to emergency hospitalization, and emergency hospitalization take minimum 60,000 rupees to 5 lakh rupees with one patient at a time. So that emergency hospitalization has come down to 95% after take intervention. This Digun Gandak Jeena Paradavisamra. And sustainable effect, the medicine which is safe, it has sustainable effect and qualifies the definition of medicine that it should be easy to take, very tiny capsule or powder. Second thing, able to treat the disease, not causing any side effect, and Purnavarti bhi rok rahi hai. So that is the sustainable effect of that. Discussion is, Gandak Jarna is a major part of Ayurvedic Ras Shastra, which is more talked but least practiced. So it should be there. And Amar is giving the result that which is based on the concept. It is not only tamra. If you give tamra bhasma in a pancreatitis patient, so it is a fatal to pancreatitis patient. But when the same tamra with mercury and undergone gandak jarana and jirna state, then it is doing the wonder. So many doctors in country started using tamra bhasma after reading this, and unfortunately they are giving wrong results, and they are creating some sort of negative things about Ayurveda. So this example shows that importance in the practice of Gandak Jarana, Jirna, and Shadguna Jirna Parad need to be achieved because the shlok doesn't end on Maharog Vidunna. Trigunetu Visheshane, Akshaya Punsata Prakashana, Chaturgune Matosa, Medha Smriti Vivardhana. So I would like to quote my own experience that I continued it, and we made it 4 Guna Jirna, mercury. And incidentally, when it was ready in 2022 or 2021, I myself developed grade 4 bladder tumor, invasion to seminal vesicles. In allopathy, if you read about bladder tumor, this is the worst ever form of bladder tumor, and prognosis is very bad. Then I looked for the option because I didn't have any reference. So option was remove the bladder, undergo chemotherapy, and then immune therapy. Then I said, what is next? The next is that wait for the metastasis within 6 months, and the maximum survival in the world, in America, 36% patient live for 16 months. I took the challenge. I said, it is better to die in 16 weeks rather than waiting for 16 months, because you are not lucky that you will live that. And I then took this Chatur Guna Gandak Jirna Amar upgraded version, that Digune Maharog Vidunna Chatur Gune Mato Saha Medha Smriti Vivardhana, that I started. And now when I am standing in front of you, I complete 30 months stable disease. That is Gandak Jirna. So I give you 2 examples, and based on that, when I came to this university, they wanted me to come here. I said I will come and I will not come. Because last year I came, we do conferences, but what is the next outcome? So this time we came with a concrete plan, that this Jodhpur University, and I'm glad that Ravi is here. Dr. Ravi, I'm going to talk about you. So Dr. Ravi was coordinating me. I said, I will only come if you have a concrete plan. So we have agreed to do a pilot study on treating grade 3 bladder tumor in Jodhpur University using this Chaturguna Jirna Gandak in Parada. So I want to clap this Ravi, because who did a wonderful job. So I think I have a learned Rashastris, because I'm very happy to see Professor Savirkar, who is a Bhishma Pitamah of Rashastra now. Anand Chaudhary ji, आपके झा साहब और Sara Shetty ji, and other people, all other faculties of Rashastra are here. And I think you will also take note of this tiny work which we have done over the years. So Gandak Jarana and Jirna is important part, and this brings pride, prestige to Ayurvedic practice in the country. With these words, I say thank you, and I'm sorry if I've exceeded the limit of the time. Thank you very much for listening, my patience hearing. Thank you. Exit.
Any questions from the audience?
Thank you, Dr. Balendra ji, and a wonderful presentation. My interest is looking from the energy and conscious model, as you started talking about Shiva Shakti, Shiva Rupa, Shiva Bija, Shiva Teja, the Padarasa, the Mercury is, Anta Sunilo, Bahirujvalayam, and all those references when it comes to the point of like Neelatoya, the Madhyastha, Vidyule, Keva Baswara, Nivara, Shokavatanvi. So these references really indicate about the conscious model of that Mercury, the compatibility and which raises the synergy, and the synergism is that exactly targeting to the point what you have achieved. And then I was wondering, because I saw some Siddha practitioners are also finding these kind of traditions, say for example from Yoshita Priya, the turmeric, so which is like again the Gauri, the yellowishness, the Gauri Kunda and Gauri, the Parvati, and then the white color of this calcium carbonate, Chuna. So the processing and chelation in the earthen parts for repetitions, like in Germany I have done this practical to show that sunlight treatments under the whole milk provisions of mercury, which is, the turmeric, organic procured with the calcium carbonate layer by layer. And then the transformation of the color, the blackish turmeric turn into chelation form. So there are some compatibilities which are coming from the herbo-mineral point of view to the herbal and the calcium, or some other combinations like Bhalataka. In my provision like Bhalataka, when you combine with the Talaguda, and it has a highest synergism developed from what I have used it since 1984 in vitiligo and several conditions, as a wonderful anti-cancer properties as well been studied in USA. So in your experience, I am very much interested to see these kind of traditional Siddha or such practices, and also present with this compatibility and your light or your vision on this, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. So I am a big fan. सर जानते हैं सर, मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि ये जो द्विगुण जारित है और प्रोडक्ट है, और उसके अलावा और उसके ऊपर जारना अगर की जाए तो ये इसकी फ्यूचर प्रोजेक्शन क्या है, इस विधि की सस्टेनेबल कितना है, रेप्लिकेशन कितना हो सकता है? आप हैं तो बहुत कुछ हो रहा है, लेकिन आगे क्या, इसके बारे में मैं आपसे सुनना चाहूँगी।
मेरे आगे क्या है जो आपके पीछे बैठी है?
वो तो है। वो तो है।
देखिए, I showed example that it is a sustainable model, replicable model, that pancreatitis which remains incurable in the world, we are showing constant result by using Dviguna Gandhak Jirna Parat. What it can do, I narrated my own experience, which I am not supposed to do, but sometimes you need to example. And so that's why we say it is Chaturguna. Rase tu Shadgune Vivid Adbhut Karyakrat. Our Rasacharya has done their job. We have seen this through my father. There is a revival. And now it is up to you people. So many professors or so many students are there. They can take it further. So it is the endless thing, and I'm glad that today we are having Professor Ravi Karji, his friends who are running an analytical lab. They have to find what is happening on physical level, then what is happening at biotechnology, pharmacology, so many things. So, but this is a very, is a chapter which is virgin chapter which nobody has taken further. So, at this platform, first time I am speaking about Jarana and Jirna in public. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
A very important topic Varendu has brought forward. My thought on this particular thing, I have written also regarding this particular Jarana and Gandhak and etc. I think Gandhak is a very important substance. As far as whenever you are talking about mercury, you can't forget Gandhak. As you have rightly pointed out, that Shiva Parvati concept. Because Shiva can't do anything without the control of Parvati. This is seen in day-to-day practice also. So this is very important. So what happens to Gandhak? Whenever you are processing Gandhak, it times, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, chemically mercury sulfide will have the same number of atoms. It won't change. The proportion is 1:6. 32 is the atomic weight of mercury, and 232 or like that is of Gandhak. So that won't change. The combination will not change. But the physical form, because the Gandhak is a polymorphism is there. Allotropic forms are there, different. Alpha sulfur, beta sulfur, gamma sulfur, so many forms are there. So as soon as you know that when you give heat to sulfur, at various temperature the sulfur changes form. You know that. Even at the, it becomes blackish when it goes to 180 degrees like that, because its boiling point is 110 degrees centigrade. But after that it becomes black, it becomes rubbery, it becomes plastic sulfur. So different forms happens when you give it the heating. And at the same time, even its allotropic forms also change. So these allotropic forms, these alpha sulfur, beta sulfur, gamma sulfur, they have different types of actions. So it has to be seen. I am trying to do that. I am contacting many people regarding whether we are able to see the form of the sulfur. Which form it is, alpha, beta, gamma, whatever it is. It is likely that, I am not saying it very confidently because I have not studied it. But this is a thought process. I have written about that also in many of my papers. I have written that the Gandhak, because of its allotropic form, the form of allotropic, it may have a positive effect on the mercury. Because mercury, see, alone mercury can't do anything. It is, I will say, it is said that if you eat mercury directly, it will come out. And that too, it will not come out alone. It will combine with sulfur and then it will come out. Some of those. So that is because, and another important thing is that mercury sulfur itself, it is not toxic at all. This is very important to remember very well. People talk about mercurinous, poisonous toxicity of the mercury. They talk about the organic mercury. Mercury, or if it is the inorganic one, it is chloride form. Mercurous chloride is very toxic. But on the contrary, methyl mercury, like that, organic form, they are very toxic. Mercury vapors are toxic, okay. But mercury in the form of sulfur, because it is a sulfide form, it is not absorbed at all. Whatever mercury is absorbed, sometimes it is absorbed. Even Kajali also we have made so it is absorbed, but it is physically it is embedded in the intestinal wall. So some of them is there, but still it doesn't affect very much. So I think the further whatever you are talking about, what ahead, it is our job now. It has been shown that it is very effective. That the jharana is very effective when you 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. So what exactly happens to that thing when you increase the number of jharana? That is our job with the advanced technology. We have to look for it. Then I think we will find out something.
Exactly.
That's my. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we have Dr. Tanmay Goswami and Dr. Amitabh Kumar. We have Dr. Tanmay Goswami and Dr. Amitabh Kumar, sir, amongst us as keynote speaker. So, to welcome Dr. Tanmay Goswami, I request Dr. Rakesh ji, sir. I request Dr. Prem to welcome Dr. Tanmay Goswami ji, sir. I request Dr. Dinesh ji, sir, Professor Dr. Dinesh ji, sir, to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Amitabh Kumar ji. I apologize. Dr. Amitabh Kumar ji is our co-chairperson. Let me introduce now our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Dilip Jani ji. Dr. Dilip Jani ji is the professor and the head of Department of Dravegun, Government Ayurvedic College, Panigate, Ajwa Road, Vadodara, Gujarat. Sir, you have more than 13 publications in your account. You have worked as research associate under the fellowship program from CSIR India. You were the principal investigator and the co-investigator in various research projects. Now I invite Professor Dr. Dilip Jani ji for the lecture.
Honorable Chairperson of today's function, distinguished guest, today I am going to present my topic related with pros and cons in clinical applications of single drug and their efficacy assessment. जिन लोगों को हमेशा फॉलो किया, उनके बुक्स पढ़े, उनके आर्टिकल्स हम पढ़ते रहें, आज उनके साथ बैठ के एक गौरवान्वित महसूस हो रहा है. आदरणीय चौधरी सर, आदरणीय सावरिकर सर एंड अदर डिस्टिंग्विश्ड. 1979 में एक मूवी था, उसका नाम था काला पत्थर, अमिताभ बच्चन का, शायद सभी लोगों ने देखा होगा. उस मूवी में उस अमिताभ को यानी हीरो को हमेशा गम रहता है कि वो अपनी जो कश्ती थी वो छोड़ के चला गया. वॉज अ कैप्टन इन एक जहाज का, और वो छोड़ के चले आता है और उसकी वजह से उसको बहुत क्रिटिसिज्म होता है और वो ज़िंदगी भर उसको याद रखता है. इससे रिलेटेड एक और पॉइंट है कि जब भी कोई युद्ध होता है, वो युद्ध अलग अलग फ्रंट पे लड़ा जाता है. जैसे एयर स्ट्राइक्स हैं, नेवी के द्वारा हैं, आर्मी फोर्सेस के द्वारा हैं, मीडिया के द्वारा आजकल ज़्यादा लड़ा जाता है, कूटनीति इस्तेमाल की जाती है. तो हमारे पास जो समस्याएं हैं, स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन जिसके बेसिस के ऊपर ये रखा हुआ है, ये ऐसा है कि हमारे सामने एक मुश्किल है, एक क्वेरी है हमारे सामने कि हम इन सब चीज़ों को स्टैंडर्ड्स कैसे करें. द्रव्यगुण रश्मिशास्त्र के अपने एरियाज़ हैं जहाँ पे उनको स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की आवश्यकता है. इसके अलावा बाकी भी विषय हैं जहाँ पर भी स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की आवश्यकता है. तो मुझे बहुत बार ऐसा लगता है कि हम बहुत सारे अलग विषय हम पढ़ते हैं, कोग्नोसी हैं, कोलोजी हैं, हम कभी हमारे अपने विषय में उतना हम ध्यान नहीं देते हैं, या यूँ समझो को हम उनको कहीं छोड़ आए हैं. तो मेरा अपना मानना है ये ऐसा कि ये जो मुश्किलों का दौर है, ये हम सफ़र किसी या हम नसी किसी से नहीं निकलेगा, हमारे पाँव का कांटा ये हम ही से ही निकलेगा. सो आई फील दैट कि ये हमें ही किसी न किसी दौर से इसको लेके इसको कंप्लीट करने का है. जैसे मैं हमेशा देखा है कि हम कोई न कोई चीज़ों से हमेशा ड्रिवन हो जाते हैं कि लास्ट अगर 30-35 साल का या इवन ज़्यादा साल का अगर अनुभव देखा जाए, तो जितना भी द्रव्यगुण में रिसर्च हुआ है वो अलग अलग फेज़ में हमने देखा हुआ है. कि शुरुआती के जो अगर 15 या 20 साल अगर हम देखा जाए, आज से पहले के 30 साल पहले का रिकॉर्ड, जो शुरुआती के 10 साल या 15 साल, वो पूरा का पूरा वर्क जो था वो द्रव्यगुण के साथ साथ फार्माकोलॉजिकल रिलेटेड था. करीब करीब हर थीसिस फार्माकोलॉजिकली स्क्रीन होता था, हम मॉडल सेलेक्ट करते थे, टेस्टिंग करते थे और उसको हम एक्सप्लेन करते थे. साथ ही साथ उसमें एक नया दौर शामिल हुआ कोग्नोसी फाइटोकेमिस्ट्री का. लिया ड्रग, लिया माइक्रोस्कोपिक स्टडी, उसका स्टडी किया, उसको स्टैंडर्ड किया, उसको पब्लिश किया, हो गया. फाइटोकेमिस्ट्री के बारे में भी ऐसा है, इवन अभी भी चल रहा है. बॉटनिकल तो पहले से ही था कि उसको आइडेंटिफाई किया जाए, टैक्सोनॉमिकल आइडेंटिफिकेशंस किया जाए. बाद में अभी रिसेंटली जेनेटिक्स का दौर आ रहा है, अभी नया रिवर्स फार्माकोलॉजी का दौर आ रहा है, बहुत सारे इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स आ रहे हैं, वगैरह वगैरह, ऐसी बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं. मगर ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं इन सब चीज़ों से अवेयर हूँ. IICT में जब हम थे, निमिटली प्रोजेक्ट में हमने काम किया है, अश्वगंधा की 138 वेराइटीज़ के ऊपर जीनोटाइपिक फिनोटाइपिक वेराइटीज़ पे काम किया हुआ है. स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर्स आयुष का इसके ऊपर रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट में काम किया हुआ है. करीब करीब हर इंस्ट्रूमेंट जो IICT में पहली बार आता है, जैसे दैट वाज द लार्जेस्ट CSIR का ब्रांच है, इंक्लूडिंग योर HPLC, HPTLC, योर व्हाट इज कॉल्ड एज इलेक्ट्रोफोरेसिस, then ESCA, electron spectroscopic chemical analysis, then your ICP-MS and everything, that all we have worked out. and मगर ये सब वर्क करने के बाद कहीं मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमें थोड़ा और अपने सिस्टम के लिए, या ठीक है अगर कन्विंस करना अलग है, किसी को पूरे वर्ल्ड को बताना अलग है, मगर कहीं ना कहीं अपने शास्त्र को भी कहीं ना कहीं स्ट्रेंथन करना अपना कर्तव्य बनता है. सो कल के टॉक्स के अगर हम देखा जाए कि कल श्री आनंद चौधरी सर ने बताए थे कि स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन इज़ नीड ऑफ आवर. यस, डेफिनेटली हमें एक फ्रंट पे, जैसे मैं युद्ध की बात करता हूँ तो वो फ्रंट पे हमें लड़ना ही है और वो वहाँ पे ज़रूरी है। सिमिलरली डॉक्टर शाह जो कल यूएस से आए, उन्होंने बताया था कि जब तक पब्लिक डिमांड या पब्लिक आपके साथ है या उनका रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है उसको देखे जाए तो वो एक इम्पॉर्टेंट इशू है। एंड ऐसी बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं। तो ये विषय पे काम करने के लिए हमने ऐसा देखा कि लास्ट 5 साल से हम इस विषय पे काम कर रहे हैं। और पहले हमने डेटाबेस बनाया हमारे हर्बल मेडिसिन्स का। देन वी हैव वर्कड ऑन वेराइटीज़, जस्ट लाइक माय स्टूडेंट विनीता इज़ हियर, डॉक्टर क्रिमा इज़ हियर, दे हैव वर्कड ऑन सम वेराइटीज़। जैसे अश्वगंधा की 5 वेराइटी हैं, आंवला की 10-15 वेराइटीज़ हैं। हमने आइडेंटिफाई करने की कोशिश की इज़ देयर एनी डिफरेंसेस अमंग देम और नॉट, सो दैट वी हैव वर्कड आउट। देन वी हैव वर्कड ऑन सम सो कॉल्ड एज प्रेसिजन मेडिसिन, कि क्या हम अपने शास्त्र के जितने भी चीज़ें हैं उसको हम प्रिसाइज कर सकते हैं, क्या कितना माइन्यूटली लेवल के ऊपर हम उसको एक कंसाइज फॉर्म में प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं क्या। दैट वी हैव वर्कड आउट एंड करेंटली वी आर वर्किंग ऑन एल्गोरिथम्स, कि डेटाबेस से लेके अभी तक की जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं क्या इनको एक सूत्र में पिरोया जा सकता है क्या नहीं, और क्लिनिकली एप्लीकेबल के लिए क्या क्या आवश्यकता होता है। सो in today's presentation I am going to present about introduction and expectations from single drug application. अब NCISM ने बहुत सारा सिलेबस चेंज कर दिया है। बीइंग अ टीचर मेरा कंसर्न ज़्यादा एकेडमिक होता है रादर दैन इंडस्ट्रियल। सो नई चीज़ें आई हैं और हर कोई मांगता है कि भाई सिंगल ड्रग एप्लीकेशंस क्या है उसके बारे में देखिए। वी विल ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज़ द बैकग्राउंड बिहाइंड सिंगल ड्रग एप्लीकेशन. I will summarize the drugs and there are some questions in my mind which I am going to put in front of you. Survey regarding Ekal Dravya, we have conducted pan-India survey, especially what is Ekal Dravya Chikitsa or Ekadravya Chikitsa or Ekamulika Prayoga and everything that I am going to explain you. Last we will come on what exactly the single drug application and the guidelines and pathways to measure the efficacy that I was going to explain, and lastly conclusion. So coming to the first point, what is an expectations from द्रव्यगुणा person, जो आयुर्वेदिक कम्युनिटी क्या एक्सपेक्ट करती है टू सिलेक्ट ए प्रॉपर हर्ब फॉर ए सिलेक्टेड डिसीज और डिसीज कंडीशन. दैट इज एन एक्सपेक्टेशंस फ्रॉम आयुर्वेदा कम्युनिटी. जो या हम द्रव्यगुण जो पढ़ाते हैं तो वो हमको ये एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि भाई द्रव्यगुण आप पढ़ा रहे हो कि क्या आप बता सकते हो कि एक पर्टिकुलर डिसीज कंडीशंस के लिए या डिसीज के लिए ये हर्ब है, तो वो माइन्यूट अंशांश विकल्पना आपको आनी चाहिए. दैट इज वन एक्सपेक्टेशन. सेकेंड वन इज टू डिजाइन द प्लान ऑफ एक्शन ऑफ ए हर्ब इन द सेड कंडीशन, कि लेट इट बी वन ड्रग, हाउ दिस ड्रग इज यू आर गोइंग टू अप्लाई फॉर ए सिलेक्टेड कंडीशन, what will be the anupana, what will be the dosage form, and what will be the therapeutic applications, everything. Similarly, the designed action should have accountability in terms of time and relief. Do I come on conclusion that ki this medicines will work in this disease condition in this specific time of period and you will get this will be the output. So itna precise agar ho sakta hai, to I think we are in a good position that we are messaging properly to our students and to our Ayurveda community. Secondly, to demonstrate the mechanism of action of a herb in selected disease or disease condition, I should be in a position to explain it, ki yes, it is working in this pattern. And the last one is to be in a position to reproduce the data in similar condition if identified in future. अगर यही कंडीशन डबल आती है तो क्या मैं इसी द्रव्य के मार्फत, इसी प्लान ऑफ एप्लीकेशन ऑफ दिस ड्रग, आई कैन रिप्रोड्यूस द डेटा. सो रिप्रोड्यूसिबिलिटी डेफिनेटली इट विल बी अ चैलेंज. नाउ टू अचीव दिस टारगेट आई विल हैव अ टू ऑप्शन. नंबर वन इज सिंगल ड्रग. सिंगल ड्रग यानी मैं यहाँ पे बात करूँगा एक द्रव्य की, एक मूलिका की. लेट इट बी, इट इज अ भृंगराज और इट मे बी अश्वगंधा और इट मे बी एनीथिंग अदर ड्रग. So it will have a narrow area. I can demonstrate more accurately rather than a compound medicine, and I can able to do so to have a supremacy in compound. अगर इसका डेटा मेरे पास अगर आ जाता है तो ये कंबाइन करके मैं कंपाउंड ड्रग के ऊपर ज़्यादा अच्छी तरह से बोल सकता हूँ. दूसरा मार्ग मेरे पास ये है कि कंपाउंड फॉर्मुलेशन ऑफ हर्बल, लेट इट बी अ यूनिट. सो इट इज़ अ मोर कॉम्प्लेक्स. आयुर्वेदिकली इसका एग्जैक्ट एप्लीकेशन अभी भी उतना नहीं हुआ जितना एक्सपेक्टेड है. The database is not that much of enough to demonstrate this compound drug का action किस तरह से होता है. And टू हैव ए प्रिलिमिनरी डेटा अगर सिंगल ड्रग का आ जाता है तो वी विल बी इन अ वेरी गुड पोजिशन टू एक्सप्लेन इट प्रॉपर वे. नाउ जनरल ऑब्जर्वेशन इन करंट प्रैक्टिसेस, क्योंकि जब हमने सर्वे किया और थोड़ा कुछ हमने देखा तो हमको ये पता चला कि what are the practitioner, how they are writing their prescriptions. I will give you some examples of prescriptions. Some people, they are writing one guti, one churna, one asavar arista, one external application and diet modification. हो गया तुम्हारा prescription complete. First of all, who have informed you that you have to write in this manner? Is it a correct way, or there is some rationality behind your prescription? Secondly, sometimes we used to get all proprietary medicines, prescribing commercial Ayurvedic products, most contained extracts, the combination decided by company, and you are going to analyze by your own thoughts, and you are writing the prescriptions. Some people, some practitioners, they used to combine 3-4 single herb drug, make a one churna and preparing a powder and prescribing to the patients. Some will go along with allopathic system of medicines and their medications also. Some will directly go to the Vyadhi Viparita Chikitsa like Dashamula Kvatha, Punarnava Kvatha, and there is huge combination, Sudarshana Ganavati, and everything. And some will try to identify ki, 2 times a day, 3 times a day, 4 times a day, like that modern system of medicines ka jo applications hai wo. And they may forget about Bheshaj Kala, Anupan, and everything. So ultimately, we used to get combinations: Ayurveda drug, Ayurveda diagnosis, modern medicine, modern diagnosis, Ayurveda treatment, Ayurveda diagnosis, and modern medicine, and like that. This combination we used to get into the Ayurveda fraternity. So, after going through this, what is the background behind single drug applications? If we see the entire scenario of our Ayurveda avataran, we'll get a from Atharva Veda to till date, there are so many herbs that are mentioned. In Veda, we'll get most of the references of single drug. However, text by text, there are additions of compound drug was happened. So it is a 3,000 years history where they have observed, they have generalized, they have done so many kind of experimentations, and they have established the concept. All the established concept, then later on it was reproduced, and they come on some conclusion that, yeah, this will be a classification, or this will be a medicine, this will be a formulation, vagera vagera. In the syllabus also, we used to try to understand ki we have learned Dincharya, Rutucharya, list of Dashemani, Agradravya, Dravya Vargikarana, basic concepts of Dravya Guna like Rasa Guna, Virya Vipaka, drug collections, preservations, Nidana, Panchakarma, etc. This is n number of things we have gone through learning and learning. And we found that there are source of medicines like that. There are more than 700 drugs, genuine herbal drugs, and there are more than 7,000 indications we are getting in our Ayurvedic text. There are more than 10,000 herbs compound formulations in different texts. If we combine each other, we will get a different form, just like a selection of a drug based on rasa, virya, vipaka, karma, avastha, Vyadhi Viprit, Hetu Viprit, Vipritarthakari, Shaman Dravya, Shodhan Dravya, like that. So हमारे पास options बहुत हैं, n number of option की medicine prescription करने के लिए. इसीलिए we will not get a one unique things in every doctors, every Vaidyas. Every Vaidya is a different, and he is thinking that particular disease in his own way. To summarize this thing, I have some question. There is no classical reference found in to prescribe the only एकल द्रव्य in a patient. मुझे कहीं पर भी नहीं मिला है. किसी को अगर मिलता है तो मुझे बता दिए कि नहीं भाई, इसको सिर्फ अश्वगंधा देने का है इस व्याधि के अंदर, या इसको सिर्फ ये करना, ऐसा कहीं नहीं. तुमको सिंगल ड्रग ही अप्लाई करने का है, ऐसा कोई रेफरेंस नहीं है. सरप्राइजिंगली नो क्लासिकल रेफरेंस फाउंड इन टू प्रिस्क्राइब मल्टीपल मेडिसिन, कि कंपाउंड ही देने का है, नहीं हिंगवाष्टक चूर्ण ही देने का है, या आपको लवण भास्कर चूर्ण ही देने का. ऐसा एक सिंगल रेफरेंस भी नहीं कि आपको 3-4 भी दे सकते हो, 2 भी दे सकते हो, वगैरह वगैरह. सिमिलरली मेनी रेफरेंसेस फाउंड वेयर सिंगल ड्रग इज मेंशन. हमको आमायिक प्रयोग में विल गेट सो मेनी रेफरेंसेस दैट सिंगल ड्रग इज अप्लाइड. मेनी सिंगल हर्ब रेफरेंस फाउंड इन कंपाउंड ड्रग आल्सो, कि कंपाउंड ड्रग के जो होता है उसके अंदर बहुत सारे फलश्रुति दी गई रहती है कि एक ही कंपाउंड ड्रग मल्टीपल लेवल पे काम करेगा, वगैरह वगैरह. 98% निघंटूस दे हैव मेंशन ओनली द their applications. However, they are not mentioning how they are going to apply. तो बहुत बार क्या होता है कि जब हम अभी रिसेंटली एक थीसिस हुआ था हमारा शिरीष के ऊपर, तो शिरीष मुझे विचर्चिका में देने का है, and she started that medicines given. When she has gone through literary review, she find that Shirish is given more 212 times internally rather than only 56 times external medicine. So what it conclude that अब जब तुम निघंटु का श्लोक पढ़ोगे तुमको पता चलेगा कि दिस ड्रग विल गिवन फॉर विषहरा, बट विषहरा एक्सटर्नली और विषहरा इंटरनली और विषहरा बोथ or Vishahara in a Swaras form or in a Kalka form or in a Churna form, whatever it may be, that is hidden in Nigantus or they have not mentioned there. So like that, this is the sum. So I have some common question related with what is Ekamulika Prayoga or Ekal Dravya Prayoga or single drug applications. Is there any reference of single drug? When you talk about single drug, it is a single drug or single entity. If I take a Triphala, is it a single entity or single drug? That need to be discussed. Why this kind of activities is taken into curriculum? What we are achieving after doing this activity? Can it become the benchmark for the career? And how to apply it? These are some of the questions when we are dealing with the Ekamulika Prayoga or Ekadravya Chikitsa. So we have conducted one survey, and this survey was to assess the prescriptions of doctors, to realize the problem behind the Ekadravya things, and it was a cross-sectional pan-India survey. We have contacted to the academicians, public practitioners, industry peoples and researchers in Ayurveda. There are near about 51 herbs we have taken for an pilot study. 11 texts we have taken for their database generation. There are near about 328 terminology we got from this particular database. There were near about 7,614 entries of indication of these 51 drugs. The survey was conducted at 4 levels. There were total 84 questions we have asked to the different Ayurveda fraternity. There are pilots, there are 184 participants and 283 in the last survey. Some questions we have designed that, are you believing in Ayurveda or not? Most surprising or अच्छी बात ये है कि 91% they are believing in Ayurveda. How many Vaidyas they are conducting pure Ayurveda practice? We find that very less percent, 50% are practicing Ayurveda after completion of their graduation. We told them, is it difficult to explain Ayurveda to a common public in a current scenario about evidence base? Yes, they face कि public को समझाना इतना easy नहीं है because they are coming with so many data. Can every controversial subject can be solved? Most of the 50% people they are agree about yes, but 50% they are not agree. What is the reason behind compound? हमने एक पूछा कि compound drug आप क्यों लिखते? क्योंकि prescription जब हम देखते हैं तो बहुत सारे उनके 4-5 medicines, 7-8 medicines दिखती है, तो क्या ज़रूरत है भाई इतना prescriptions का? तो they are telling that the synergetic effect इजी अवेलेबल हो जाता है, मार्केट में मिल जाता है, महासुदर्शन घनवटी मिल जाती है, मैं इसलिए मैं लिख लेता हूँ. सिम्टोलॉजी बेस के ऊपर हो जाता है, उसका मैंने फलश्रुति देख लिया है. नाउ आई कैन इजीली राइट आउट द थिंग एंड आई विल मटेरियलाइज वाई इतना एक द्रव्य का हेडेक कौन लेगा. सो लाइक दैट दे हैव दीज आर द क्वेश्चंस. डू यू नो ऑल इंग्रेडिएंट? जब हम पूछते कि इंग्रेडिएंट तुम्हें पता है क्या महासुदर्शन घनवटी के, दे आर सर 68% बोलते हैं कि हाँ ठीक है मुझे पता है, बाकी लोग बोलते हैं कि हमें नहीं पता है करके. तो उसका वो मोड ऑफ एक्शन कैसे डिसाइड कर सकता होगा या उसके बारे में क्या उसके बारे में क्वेरी है. डू यू एग्री अबाउट द अब्सेंस और रिप्लेसमेंट? समझो अगर कोई ड्रग नहीं है, कुटकी नहीं है, तो कुटकी का रिप्लेसमेंट मैंने अगर डाला है तो मेरे इफेक्ट में फ़र्क होगा क्या? तो 48% दे आर एग्रीड, सम आर नॉट एग्रीड. सो लाइक दैट देर आर 84 क्वेश्चंस जो आई विल टेक सम फास्ट हियर बिकॉज टाइम कंस्ट्रेंट. So survey conclusion is that very less stakeholders of Ayurveda are preferring single herb drug in their clinics. The reason behind that, confidence, patient demands, commercial practice, availability of drug, etc. are the important reason why they are not prescribing the single drugs. Industry too, supporting this being a commercial venture. Academicians haven't demonstrated firm databases studies on the area. The research available till date is limited. That's why they are not convincing most of the time to their students also regarding their efficacy. And most of are not in exact position to demonstrate drug selections. ये एक दिक्कत है जनरली एकेडमिशियन की, एग्जैक्ट ड्रग सिलेक्शंस और डिसीज बेस के ऊपर उनको अप्लीकेशंस अभी भी उतना परफेक्ट नहीं आता है जितना वो हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं या पर्टिकुलर न्यू सिलेबस में एक्सपेक्ट किया जा रहा है. हाउएवर मोस्ट ऑफ आर वन एग्रीज दैट बिग वर्क इज नीडेड इन दिस एरिया. सो what is single drug application? I'll take one example, paracetamol, chlorpheniramine malate and diclofenac. If I combine these two, I will go for one paracetamol per chlorpheniramine, same paracetamol with diclofenac sodium. And if I think about Ayurveda, I'll talk about Hairethiki, Vibhetiki and Amalki. तीनों combine बना दूँ तो मेरे पास त्रिफला होगा. सो यहाँ पर सिंगल ड्रग का एप्लीकेशंस का ये होता है कि क्वेश्चन, कैन वी कंसिडर सिंगल ड्रग हरित की एज ए वन सिंगल ड्रग और त्रिफला एज ए वन सिंगल ड्रग? तो ये एक डिबेट का क्वेश्चन है और अपने अपने हिसाब से इसके पर्याय निकलते हैं. लेट्स एक्सप्लोर मोर. अब सिंगल ड्रग हब होता क्या है या व्हाट इट इम्प्लाइज? आई गिव वन एग्जाम्पल. लेट अस टेक ए श्लोक ऑफ ए बिभितेकी. देर आर भाव प्रकाश कयदेव एंड मदनपाल निघंटु श्लोक आर इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू. एंड कंक्लूजन इज दैट कि इसका रसाय रस कषाय है. गुण इज लघु एंड रुक्ष, वीर्य इज उष्ण वीर्य सौदभ. दिस आर द कंक्लूजन ऑफ दिस एंटायर श्लोका. इफ आई गो टू select a drug based on rasa, because we have got a reference in our shastra that कि मधुर रसात्मक द्रव्य ये कार्य करते हैं, तिक्त रसात्मक द्रव्य they are doing this kind of action. So my applications while prescribing a medicine to a patient, if I think rasa as a benchmark, I will get different indications of the same in this disease. And similarly, I am getting the amayik prayog also. Similarly, if we talk about guna, I will get the same thing in our text also. Now, single drug disease, if you take another example of Shatavari, you will find so many references like this. These are all references of Bhavaprakash Nigantu that Shatavari is indicated in so many conditions. Again, Kayadeva Nigantu, go for a Shodal Nigantu. One single Shatavari, you are getting so many applications. Yes. Then Dhanvantari Nigantu, then again Shushrut Samhita, then Charaka. These are, I'm taking it fast because it is just I'm telling that these are the applications you are getting. In Shushrut Samhita, you have so many references. Single drug, Kashyap Samhita, Vrinda Madhava, Chikitsa Kalika, Gadanigraha, Vangasena, Sharangdhar Samhita, Bhavaprakash Samhita, Yoga Ratnakar. These are all single herb application only for Shatavari. If we talk about external application, we are getting so many references of Shatavari for external too. These are the references of Charaka, Shushruta. If we talk about multiple ingredients, Shatavari as an ingredient, so many formulations, these are the formulations. If I talk specially about the therapeutic application, these are the references. यानी अपार्ट फ्रॉम तुम्हारे वो रेफरेंस के अलावा मुझे ये रेफरेंस भी मिलते हैं आमायिक प्रयोग के कि शतावरी विथ दुग्धहीन अतिसार, शतावरी विथ घृतहीन अतिसार, शतावरी विथ दुग्धहीन अश्मरी, शतावरी विथ गुडुची विथ गुडहीन ज्वरा. सो लाइक दैट दीज आर ऑल रेफरेंसेस, all आमायिक प्रयोग. Now this data implies that what is an applied aspect of this data? What are the selection parameters in clinical study? Do we go on prescribing the herbs for limited or a long period of a time? कि जैसे हम देखते हैं थीसिस लेते हैं कि भाई कुष्ठ रोग में निम्ब चूर्ण, तो हम ले लेते हैं कुष्ठ रोग, let it be we are taking eczema and we are started prescribing nimba in for let it be 15 days therapy or 45 days therapy. So ये किसने बोला है कि आपको इतना ही लेने का, कैसे लेने का वगैरह. How to judge the duration of a drug and what will be the result. So these guidelines and how to measure them, we come on one thing, that is quantum Dravyaguna and sequence Dravyaguna. These two terms we are going to, we have already applied for copyrights and other thing. हमको ऐसा लगता है कि इतना सब कुछ वास्ट में पढ़ने से अच्छा है कि एक सिलेक्टिव अंशांश हमें लेने का है कि I have taken let it be a rasa I'll explain how this will apply. I will tell you one thing. This is based on Rogam Ado Parikshet, means Nidana, and Tadanantaram Aushadam. We will diagnose the disease based on the first part, and second part will be the application point of view. We have developed one case paper, and this case paper, the Chikitsa Vikalpa. Kindly go through this Chikitsa Vikalpa. This is quantum Dravyaguna, what we feel that कि don't go for random selection of, नहीं चरक ने बता दिया है कि इसको देने का है कुष्ठ डिसीज में निम्ब को. बट वेन यू प्लान फॉर दिस कंडीशन यू शुड कम ऑन वन कंक्लूजन कि आपने किस बेसिस पे लिया है. वेदर इट मे बी अ वेगकालीन और अवेगकालीन, संतर्पणोत्तर अपतर्पणोत्तर, साम अवस्था और निराम अवस्था, सैद्धांतिक दोष विपरीत और सैद्धांतिक दुष्य कंडीशंस और सैद्धांतिक स्त्रोतसा. आर यू थिंकिंग अबाउट ए हेतु विपरीत और व्याधि विपरीत और बोथ? Are you thinking of this prescription based on rasa or based on guna or virya? So before prescribing any medicines to any disease condition, you should be very sure that कि आपने plan किया है. This plan will tell you कि what will be the results. That's why, and accordingly you have to prepare for a चिकित्सा योजना. This चिकित्सा योजना will tell you कि in first plan में मुझे क्या करना है, second में क्या करना है, third में क्या करना है. Entire duration will be, entire thing will be planned. And this is nothing but an algorithm. And this is nothing but a sequencing. This sequence will tell you how you are going to approach the disease with that particular drug. Then I will go on prescribing. So this is what, and this is since last 1 year we have generated so many data. I don't have that much of time that I can explain each and everything. बट इसके हिसाब से जाता है तो मेरे पास करेक्ट हो जाता है कि 3 दिन में तुम्हें ये हो जाएगा, 8वें दिन तुम्हें ये होगा, 20वें दिन तुम्हें ऐसा होगा और 30वें दिन तुम अच्छे हो जाओगे. सो ये जो टाइम बाउंडिंग थिंग्स जो होती हैं ये हमारी एप्लीकेशंस में आने चाहिए और यही मुझे लगता है एक मानक है क्लिनिकल अगर हमें सिंगल में प्लान करता हो तो. सो इन कंक्लूजन, in my view that single drug application is an application of a single entity in a disease. It may be a triphala also, it may be a infrastructure. No, उसको हम एक entity समझेंगे वहाँ पर और एक हरित की को भी मैं एक entity समझूंगा वहाँ पे. Same, once the stage is overcome, जैसे अगर समझो मैं ड्रग प्लान किया है कि आमावस्था में 3 दिन में अगर आमावस्था खत्म होती है तो नेक्स्ट ड्रग मुझे प्लान करना है, वही ड्रग को रिपीट नहीं करने का है. इट इज़ वेरी क्रिस्टल क्लियर. सो उस समय मेरा ड्रग बदल जाएगा एंड दैट विल कम अंडर द पैटर्न ऑफ सिक्वेंसिंग. So, next, an exact precision of diagnosis is needed, an exact selection of drug is needed. Ekal Dravya is used to check the drug action of in research. Generally, it can be used in research. A compound medicine mixture of ingredient can be taken as a one single entity, and more discussion, clarification is needed for future this. ठीक है. So, thanking you once again for giving me an opportunity to Rajasthan Ayurvedic University, and thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the audience? Yes, sir. Mike, please.
Namaste to all of you. I am Dr. Sara Shetty from Karnataka. With the kind permission of the chair, can I ask some questions? Hearty congratulations to Dr. Jani. आपने बोला अश्वगंधा और एस्टी मधु के ऊपर सर्वे किया है और कल भी मैंने सुना गाजियाबाद से एक डॉक्टर रमन वॉज हियर. मेरा एक क्वेश्चन आपको है, जितना अश्वगंधा आपने सर्वे करके एनालिटिकल स्टडी कंडक्ट किया, कौन सा स्पीसीज ऑफ अश्वगंधा हम लोगों के लिए थेरेपेटिक यूज़ के लिए यूज़ कर सकते हैं? क्योंकि एस्टी मधु और अश्वगंधा बैन्ड इन सम कंट्रीज़. आपने एक कहा इट इज़ द नीड ऑफ द आवर टू गो फॉर स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन एंड एनालिटिकल स्टडी. इधर जितने भी प्रोफेसर लोग बैठे हैं सभी ने कमी कमी तो 100 रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट किया है. अगर आपने सारा हिंदुस्तान का रिसर्च सेंटर में सर्वे करेंगे, कमी कमी तो 1 लाख प्रोजेक्ट खत्म हो चुका है. अभी ज़रूरत और हम स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन करने से ज़्यादा ज़रूरत क्या है, हम लोगों को रिवर्स फार्माकोलॉजी अप्रोच का हिसाब से जाना पड़ेगा और हमको उसको डाटा कलेक्शन करके एक्सप्लोर करना पड़ेगा। कितना हम लोग एक्सप्लोर करते हैं। अभी रशिया में अश्वगंधा बैन है, कोई बात नहीं करता है कौन सा स्पीसीज बैन किया, कौन सा स्पीसीज हम लोग फॉर्मुलेशन में यूज़ करते हैं और वो किस हद तक साइड इफ़ेक्ट नहीं है। अभी हमको स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन करने से पहले हमको एक्सप्लोर करना चाहिए जो स्टैंडर्ड कर चुके हैं। हमारा ड्रॉबैक क्या है, हम लोग बहुत करते हैं मगर एक्सप्लोर नहीं करते। अगर CCRS का जो हो चुका इतना डाटा कल दे दिए, कल से मैं चुप बैठा था, सावरेकर सर ने बोला क्या शेट्टी अब तुम थोड़ा साइलेंट होके बैठ गए हो। मैं साइलेंट होके बैठा हूँ, सर भी और एक स्टेटमेंट दिया मेरे साथ, कुछ फ़ायदा होने वाला नहीं है। नहीं, फ़ायदा होता है बिकॉज वी मस्ट हैव कमिटमेंट। रिसर्च करते हैं, अगर उसका एक्सप्लोर नहीं किया, अगर हमने प्रोटेस्ट नहीं किया, उसका फ़ायदा क्या है। आई हैड एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू टॉक ऑन आरोग्यवर्धिनी इन हाली यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ जर्मन। एक साइंटिस्ट भी साहस नहीं किया आरोग्यवर्धिनी वो उसका ये करने के लिए, वो इसको बैन करने के लिए, क्योंकि वी इन्वाइटेड क्वेश्चंस टू देम। अगर आपका एंटीट्यूबरल ड्रग हेपेटोटॉक्सिसिटी है, अगर मेरा आरोग्यवर्धिनी वटी एंटीट्यूबरल ड्रग के साथ अगर लिवर को प्रोटेक्ट करता है और डीजनरेशन का हिसाब से रीजनरेट करता है, why I can't use this Aragavardhini Vati? With biochemical report, with histopathological report, with analytical study reports, जब हम सबमिट किए,
क्वेश्चन क्या है सर, बोलिए।
हाँ?
क्वेश्चन
नहीं,
पहला क्वेश्चन आपने पूछा
क्वेश्चन ये है
सर, वी हैव नॉट कंडक्टेड सर्वे ऑन अश्वगंधा स्पीसीज, दैट इज वेरी क्लियर।
आपने बोला
इट वाज अर्लियर वर्क, आई टोल्ड यू दैट वी हैव वर्कड ऑन।
नहीं सर, एक मिनट आप बुरा मत मानिए।
नहीं, जस्ट गिव द क्वेश्चन सो दैट आई कैन।
नहीं, मेरा मकसद ये है, अगर आपने एस्टिमदी के ऊपर करो या अश्वगंधा के ऊपर करो, whenever an opportunity comes to explore the thing, आप बताइए मुझे, अभी रशिया में अश्वगंधा बैन हो चुका, छुपके से फॉर्मुलेशन में अश्वगंधा निकाल के मेडिसिन भेजा जाता है। अगर हम लोगों के पास अश्वगंधा के ऊपर इतना स्टडी किया है तो हम लोग एक्सप्लोर क्यों नहीं करते हैं।
Okay, so data is with whoever have conducted the studies, they should explore it and you will get the data from where the institution has conducted that studies.
मैं वही बोलता हूँ सर, अभी बोलता है नीड ऑफ द आवर इज स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन। स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन बहुत हो चुका है।
I also fed up, जैसे मैंने बोला है कि हमने जो बोला है कि वो काला पत्थर का जो कहानी दिया, तो मेरे वो ही है कि हम बेसिक्स को नहीं छोड़ने का है हमारा, वो मन में नहीं रहना चाहिए मेरे कि जब मैं कर रहा हूँ काम करके। तो एक जो फ्रंट जो वार की बात कर रहा हूँ कि ऑल आर दे आर वर्किंग ऑन ए डिफरेंट फ्रंट्स एंड स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन।
नहीं, आई नो।
Typical questions should be there.
There's a reason, sir, some of the products are being banned because the way they are doing the extraction is wrong. See, the way they are marketing, say, ashwagandha, they're using vithinolides as a factor. And some of the times they're getting the vithinolides from the leaves, not the roots, which has more of a toxic effect. So that is the reason that some of the herbs are getting banned. So let's go beyond that and move on. So you have a question.
आपका बहुत अच्छा व्याख्यान था जानी साहब, बधाई आपको। प्रश्न ये है कि क्या हम एकल द्रव्य सिंगल ड्रग ट्रीटमेंट के लिए रखें या कंपाउंड फार्मूलेशन रखें. वी कैन नॉट कंपेयर विद द मॉलिक्यूलर ड्रग्स विद द सिंगल हर्ब्स. तो हमारे शास्त्र में केवल ये नहीं हो सकता कि हम एक औषधि से पूरी चिकित्सा कर लें. अगर ऐसा कर सकते होते तो फिर ज्वर के लिए हमें सिर्फ वत्सना भी देना चाहिए था, संजीवनी की कल्पना क्यों की? वो इसके पीछे लॉजिक है कि एक बहुत सारी चीज़ों को इकट्ठा करने से वो इफ़ेक्टिव बनता है. केवल अगर आप अमृता देंगे या पुनर्नवा देंगे तो वो काम नहीं करेगी जो काम पुनर्नवाष्टकवात करेगा. इसलिए वो बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम चिकित्सा में इस चीज़ को बढ़ावा नहीं दे सकते. अश्वगंधा की बात अलग है. अश्वगंधा, हरित की, आमल की, रसोन, हरिद्रा, शुंठी, ये चीज़ें ऐसी हैं जो एज ए सिंगल ड्रग दे सकते हैं, लेकिन गुग्गुलू नहीं दे सकते. हमने NIA में भी ये काम हुआ, शुद्ध गुग्गुलू और कंपाउंड गुग्गुलू के एफिकेसी में बहुत बड़ा फ़र्क आया. तो ये एक बात. दूसरी बात ये है कि हमें रिसर्च के लिए तो बहुत अच्छा है, हमने भी बहुत करवा दी कि भाई एज ए सिंगल ड्रग इसका क्या रोल है, एज ए सिंगल ड्रग इसका क्या रोल है. वो उससे कोई नहीं. बात चिकित्सा की जब आती है तो हमको निश्चित रूप से कंपाउंड फार्मूलेशन का आसरा लेना ही पड़ेगा और वो लेना चाहिए. दूसरी बात, रसौषधि की बात आती है तो रसौषधि हर्बो मिनरल कंपाउंड है और उसमें एफिकेसी की बात बिल्कुल ही अलग हो जाती है. केवल आप जो है रसौषधि में सिंदूर किसी भी को दो और उसके साथ और दूसरे हर्बल ड्रग्स मिला दोगे तो उसकी एफिकेसी बढ़ जाएगी. मल्ल सिंदूर दोगे, मल्ल सिंदूर के साथ सुरंजान बढ़ा दोगे, गुग्गुलू दे दोगे, अश्वगंधा दे दोगे, हरिद्रा दे दोगे, चोप चीनी दे दोगे तो उसकी एफिकेसी कई गुना हो जाती है. मेरे ख्याल से ये सब सिद्ध नागार्जुन विराजमान है यहाँ, बालेंदु सी शुद्ध ये सब. लेकिन मेरा अपना चिकित्सा अनुभव मैं बता रहा हूँ कि मैंने दोनों काम करके देखे हैं चिकित्सा में कि मैंने रस सिंदूर भी दिया, रस सिंदूर के साथ ये सब मिला करके भी दिया है तो ज़्यादा अफेक्टिव होती है. तो ये हमारा सिद्धांत है. हमें मोलिकुलर ड्रग से आयुर्वेद को कंपेयर बिल्कुल नहीं करना चाहिए क्योंकि दोनों चीज़ों का मामला ही अलग अलग है. मोलिकुलर ड्रग तो जीभ पर रखते ही एब्जॉर्ब शुरू करेगा और हमारा तो जाएगा अंदर सिस्टम में जाएगा, जब फिर काम करेगा. वो ठीक है कि आहार द्रव्य और औषध द्रव्य में आचार्यों ने अंतर बता दिया है. दूसरी बात स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की. स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन का काम चल रहा है लेकिन आयुर्वेद में हमारी वनस्पतियों में इतनी विविधता है जो डेमोग्राफिकली भी हो सकती है, जोग्राफिकली भी हो सकती है, क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन से भी होती है. उसमें एफिकेसी में इन बिटवीन रखना पड़ता है. सिंगल इतना नहीं कह सकते कि इतना ही होना चाहिए, ऐसा नहीं होता है. क्योंकि अगर आप एक अपामार्ग राजस्थान से लोगे और एक अपामार्ग आप लोगे केरल से या महाराष्ट्र से और एक हिमाचल प्रदेश से तो तीनों के अंदर वेरिएशन आएगा बहुत सारा. तो उसके स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन नहीं हो सकता, वो बिटवीन रखना पड़ता है इतने से इतने के बीच. तो ये चल रहा है काम. अभी मैं आपको और शायद इस पता होगा कि फार्माकोपिया कमीशन वन स्टैंडर्ड की तरफ चल रहा है क्योंकि हमें ये परेशानी आ रही है कि जब आप फार्माकोपिया ऑफ होम्योपैथी पढ़ते हैं, फार्माकोपिया ऑफ यूनानी पढ़ते हैं तो उसी ड्रग की फार्मेकोग्नोसी, फाइटोकेमिस्ट्री वगैरह वगैरह में डिफरेंस मिलता है. तो अब ये तय हो गया, लागू भी हो गया कि ये सब चीज़ें सारी ड्रग में एक होनी चाहिए और संबंधित पैथी का रेफरेंसेज उसमें अलग आ जाना चाहिए. तो ये क्योंकि उससे हमारा नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे फार्मा कंपनीज क्वेश्चन रेज करते हैं, साहब आपके ये स्टैंडर्ड लिखा है फाइटोकेमिस्ट्री में और होम्योपैथी वालों ने ये लिख दिया. तो वो सब बंद करना चाहिए. तो इस प्रकार से जो स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन अश्वगंधा की बात आई, देखिए रशिया में बैन होना अलग बात है, क्यों बैन हुआ ये देखना चाहिए. स्पीसीज से मतलब नहीं है, स्पीसीज तो विदानिया सोमनीफेरा ही है. आप चाहे 7 तरह के अश्वगंधा की, अभी तक तो मेरे नज़र में कोई नई स्पीसीज आई नहीं बोटनिकली. लेकिन अगर उसमें क्या मिला ऐसा जो बैन कर दिया, क्योंकि ये तो देखना पड़ेगा क्योंकि हम काम में ले रहे हैं. हमारे यहाँ तो अश्वगंधा के अभी कोई साइड इफ़ेक्ट सामने आए नहीं. तो कुल मिला के मेरा आपसे ये अनुरोध है कि सिंगल ड्रग को रिसर्च के लिए रखें. अच्छी बात है, करना भी चाहिए, उससे हमारा द्रव्यगुण का साहित्य समृद्ध होता है. लेकिन चिकित्सा के मामले में चिकित्सक के विवेक पर निर्भर करता है कि वो क्या करेगा और कैसे करेगा, किस अनुपात से करेगा, कितनी मात्रा में करेगा। आयुर्वेद में कुछ भी फिक्स नहीं है लाइन ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट, आज़ाद हैं हम चिकित्सा करने के लिए। ठीक है, धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, sir. Let me introduce our next keynote speaker, Dr. USRK Senaratne ji. Ma'am, you are postgraduate from RSBK Department of ITRA, Gujarat Ayurvedic University, Jamnagar. You are the senior lecturer in the Faculty of Indigenous Medicine, University of Colombo. Now I invite Madam for the lecture.
Ayubowan, Namaste, good morning. Respected sir, madam, my dear friends, I am Kumari Senaratne from Faculty of Indigenous Medicine, University of Colombo. It's my pleasure to share my thoughts with such Ayurveda devotees. For this prestigious conference, I have chosen the topic Cultural Heritage and Scientific Validation, the role of Sri Lanka and India in Rasa Aushadhi standardization. In this regard, I would like to draw your attention to the following questions. Is standardization in modern concept? Aren't there SOPs mentioned in Ayurveda? Are Rasa Aushadhi already standards? How are we filling the gap? What is our role? What are your thoughts on the relationship between science and wisdom? I personally believe that wisdom exceeds science, representing a higher level of understanding and insight. Based on this logic, today I'll elaborate my presentations in the following way. Elucidate the terms cultural heritage, scientific validation, social obligations, and unified role. Let's clarify some terms. As we all know, if I simply say Rasa Shastra is a subject that converts mineral and toxic materials into non-toxic, absorbable, human-friendly medicines. Rasa Aushadhi are medicinal preparation that utilizes metals, minerals, and herbal compounds. Here, I don't go to probe into complex theoretical explanations. However, I want to direct your attention to a few key points. See, standardization is a process of establishing and applying standards or criteria to ensure uniformity and consistency in products, services, process, or systems. This is important for quality control, compatibility, safety, and efficacy. What is pharmaceutical standardization? Pharmaceutical standardization refers to the process of establishing and implementing consistent quality criteria, specifications, and practices for medicinal products. This ensures that pharmaceutical meet certain standards regarding purity, strength, and quality. The goal of standardization is to guarantee the medications are safe and effective for patients. Now, let's move our attention to the aspects of Ayurveda, particularly the well-known shloka, Yatha Vishang, Yatha Sastrang, Yatha Agni Rashanir Yatha, Tatha Ushadam Avijñatam Viññatam Amrutam Yatha. That emphasizes the importance of understanding medicinal knowledge which effectively address the safety concern. The verse Alpamatropayogitvād aruchera prasangata Shipramarogyadayitvād aushadebhyo adhiko rasa suggests that although certain medications may be used in small quantities, they are capable of providing rapid health benefits and possess a more potent sense or flavor compared to typical medicines. This highlights the effectiveness of certain Ayurvedic remedies, especially on Rasa Aushadhi. Also, according to the Charaka Siddhisthana, we can highlight how Ayurveda emphasizes the quality, efficacy, and safety of the drugs. Accordingly, a perfect drug should be small in quantity but quick in action, able to eliminate morbid dosas in large quantities but easily, light for digestion, palatable, pleasing, and curative of the concerned disease. It should possess an agreeable smell, color, and taste. It should not cause serious complications, depression in excess. Similarly, a vast body of reference consistently confirms that Ayurveda places paramount importance on the quality, safety, and efficacy of its practices and treatments. Let's move to the scientific validation portion. Key aspects of pharmaceutical validation, standardization. Standardization is critical in the pharmaceutical industry to ensure that patients receive effective and safe medications. It is also aids in combating counterfeit drugs and is fundamental for public health. As I mentioned earlier, both modern medicine and Ayurveda shares the fundamental goal of providing effective and safe treatment for patients. Therefore, it would be misleading to claim that Ayurveda neglects the standardization of its medicines. In fact, it has established its own robust standards. Today, I aim to highlight these critical aspects of Ayurveda compared to modern practices. Quality control is an ongoing process encompassing various stages of drug development and manufacturing, ensuring that the final products are safe and effective for consumer use. For raw material identification, guidelines from pharmacopoeias such as USP and EP are commonly followed. Additionally, we develop our own pharmacopoeias drawing on textbooks that outline quality parameters like Grahya Lakshana. I am confident that India is making rapid progress in this area. In the context of in-progress standardization, we can align the Siddhi Lakshana as outlined in the textbooks with the established parameters. Test may be include Nishandratva, color changes, Duma colors for Kupi, Pakurasa and etc. When considering the standardization of finished products, modern testing methods evaluate various characteristics including the assay of active ingredients, uniformity of dosage units, dissolution testing, stability testing, microbial testing, like. Ayurveda, which has a long history of thousands of years, also emphasizes the importance of product testing in Aushadha Pariksha, as Aushadha Pariksha. For an example, Bhashma Pariksha, physical, Anubhutatva, chemically copper curd, for copper curd test, color, consistency, like specific organoleptic characters. While the concept of expiry dates may seem modern, it has been valued since ancient time as Saviryata Avadhi. Whereas a shelf-life focuses on measurable factors, Saviryata emphasizes a broader understanding of drug quality and efficacy. It is well known that Ayurveda is the first system to introduce good manufacturing practices to the world, as we must actively demonstrate and promote these valuable aspects to our heritage. Example in Rasa Shala concept. When examine various theories and concepts in Ayurveda, it is evident that both Ayurveda and its drug manufacturing systems are very established and standardized. However, in a world increasingly driven to the scientific validation and skepticism towards traditional wisdom, it is essential to bridge the gap between ancient practices and contemporary demands. Historically, ancient physicians crafted their remedies with pure intentions, prioritizing spiritual focuses over documentation. Today, in an era where commercialization has diluted purity, it is crucial to implement rigorous documentation, maintain detailed records, and establish legal frameworks that extend beyond ethical considerations. To effectively address this gap, we must explore the necessary development and innovations required to harmonize traditional Ayurveda with modern scientific standards. Effective documentation and compliance as essential compounds of our process, but we still need to improve our practices in these areas. Procedure, deviation and corrective and prevention actions, like Bhashma Pariksha, Dantagre Kachakachata, we know when we are preparing Vachanavi purification, we are doing like that. And internal and external audits should be done. Training and training and assessment are vital to ensure staff and competent in QC procedures. As emphasized in Rasha Shastra, investing in the training and development of human resource is the most effective solution for elevating product quality. By empowering skilled professionals with the right knowledge and techniques, we can ensure the creation of high quality protein formulations that adhere to both traditional wisdom and modern standards. Continuous training and assessment are essential to ensure that staff are proficient in quality control procedures. If all doctors, students, drug keepers, attendants and Paka Karmagnas receive comprehensive training in Ayurveda, it will lead to remarkable advancement across all sectors in our society. Regulatory compliance in pharmaceutical standardization refers to the adherence to laws, regulations, guidelines and standards set forth by government and regulatory bodies that govern the development, manufacturing and distribution of pharmaceutical procedures. This compliance ensures that medications are safe, effective and to high quality and of high quality protecting public health. India is making significant strides in developing regulatory compliance, recognizing it as critical necessity. Sri Lanka also recently began efforts to enhance our regulatory frameworks. By establishing the compulsory Vaidya Achara Dharma, Ayurveda emphasizes the importance of compliance with clinical trials. We need to further explore and highlight these essential connections. We also need to establish robust regulatory authorities to effectively manage and regulate our Ayurveda medicines. Labeling and advertising standards, post-marketing surveillance, quality control and assurance, record keeping and documentation, and international compliance must be developed and implemented. To conclude our discussion, while wisdom-based Ayurveda is rich in standard practices, we must prove it with a scientific foundation. Providing scientific validation for Ayurveda is our responsibility. Establishing regulatory compliances is a social obligation we must embrace. It is our duty to preserve the purity of Ayurveda, its theories and practices, while also presenting this wisdom in a manner that is acceptable to the scientific community. This is our role and our commitment. Thank you for the opportunity and active participation. Let's make a healthy world based on pure Ayurveda. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me introduce our next keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Tanmay Goswami-ji. Sir, you are the former VC of Sanskriti University, Mathura. You are known for integrating Ayurveda with Indian traditional sciences such as astrology, alchemy, and Eastern psychology. You are the former advisor of Ministry of Ayurveda and Quality Council of India. You have founded GOSWAL, that is Global Organization for Scientific Validation of Ayurveda and Life Sciences organization in 2000. Aims to promoting human, animal and environmental health through Ayurveda. Now I invite Sir for the lecture.
नमस्ते, सभी को मेरा प्रणाम। यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य, आदरणीय और सभी हमारे आचार्यगण जो यहाँ पर डायस पर उपस्थित हैं और यहाँ पर और सभी भविष्य के रसवैद्य और आयुर्वेदिक वैद्यगण। Well, that I was hearing today with great pleasure, and I was not that great lucky to listen completely our guru and practical stalwart of Ayurveda, of Rasa Vaidyatva, डॉक्टर बालेंद्र प्रकाश जी। आपको मेरा प्रणाम सर। What I wanted to talk, he is actually a practical legend on that. And the topic which I have taken today is not only for Ayurvedic practitioners, but also for geopolitical perspective, those who are working with government. But we all do have our own roles, and something we need to talk very openly and very honestly. And I started my talk at 11:32. I'll try to finish in 20 minutes. The important is we all know Shastra, and Shastra can never be wrong, because that is evidence-based data and experience-based data which has been documented in sutras. And when we talk about Shastra, it's very important that we have to be very vocal with full confidence that either we speak on our own research or we speak on ancient research of Shastra. Now, when we come and talk about Mercury, Padarasa, Parada, we all are very proud of it, no doubt. We all know very well, no doubt, मुझे ये बताने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. There is no need to tell how great it is. But if you see in international diasporic perspective, stand as a common man for whom we are actually working. We are the doctors who has to cure diseases of common people. So when it comes now the globe, it's not only India, it's a whole world now. So when they can come over us, we can go there. Now the main point is this, that since this globalization happened so much, all the top leaders or big guys go for medicines to Western world. But from the people from Western world, they are coming to India. And they want solution, they are not getting solution in their own countries. So they come to us. When they are coming to us, we are definitely giving them all rasaushadis. And this was a practical hitch which I had. The guy was asking, do it contain any mercury? Is there any mercurial content in this? I have heard sir in Pakistan, sir has such a great, sir never speaks about himself. I know that there are so many patients are there in such countries also who are totally against India. Okay. So it is not easy when you practice to an international diaspora and talk about Ayurveda. Okay, so sometimes we are very opportunist and we are very smart. And we say, no, we are very herbal medicine practitioners. We don't practice anything. No, it's very, very safe. I am a bridge between a south and north. 30 years I am staying in Udupi, practicing Panchakarma, and also practicing in North India, Govardhan. So the point what has come up here is very, very practical, that when you talk about FDA, they don't accept. When you talk about EMA, European Medicine Agency, they do not accept. Health Canada, not even accept. Now, when it comes to Austria, these things I have just written, TGA, Therapeutic Goods Agency Administration, they also don't accept you. UK's MHRA, not accept. Now the point is this, we may have government bodies, those who have the role to play, I agree upon that. But what role we have as an Ayurvedic physician, it's very, very important that we have to think about it. When all Rasa Vaidyas, all stalwarts of this system, we all should do one thought churning, that how can we really bring, when AI has come up. In the time of artificial intelligence, it's so easy for us to bring up the things with spectroscopy or whatever Western way without leaving Shastra. Sir ji is here, मेरे सभी गुरुदेव यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं. My only point here is that this is a topic where we have to take up the Shastra, and Shastra based when we give to the public, and how we can create an image in public about Ras Shastra, that is going to create a difference. Now, when it comes to people, they think, oh, it's a mercury. Mercury is dangerous. Our acharyas also said that. Our acharyas quoted, Suto ashuddhataya gunam na kurute kushtha agnimandya chardi arochaka jadyam da maranam dhrate naranam. It can even kill. That is even told by our acharyas. So if the Western world or common people they are talking about, it's nothing new. But there is something next that, no, we are not using mercury as it is. We are using something which is processed, which is marana, which is having a different transformation of that orbital configuration chemically, and this is having minimum ash content. So when it comes to the ash content of mercury or any of the metals, it's very, very high. But when it comes to bhasma, if properly prepared, it has a very, very minimum ash content and it is very, very safe. Now, the same thing, shuddhasyat sakala amayauga. It not only cures all diseases, amayas, even auga, even papa, shamano, yoga vaho, mrato. When it is mrata, when it is already processed. Now, when we have to talk all these sort of things, we need to be vocal in public. We may sit and we may talk in our own that, okay, this has this efficacy, it works. But are we doing that? This I have started recently. Since many years I was working either out of countries or in Karnataka. I was limited myself. But recently, since 7th of April 2023, when I lost my mom, I came more towards North India, became Vice Chancellor in Sanskrit University. After that, I started Instagram. I took youngsters, very young boys. I thought Facebook is for elderly people and Instagram is for youngsters, YouTube is for mixed. And I started talking very vocally about Rasoshadis and Vaishajya and about our Ayurveda practices, very openly. And you will surprise that youngsters and all people have a very high level of trust when we talk with Shastra. Unfortunately, we try to speak in Western language, very much thinking that we are becoming very modernized, but actually if we talk, being in 21st century or whatever the time is, with quoting Shastra, completely having faith in it, while practicing it practically, it really make a difference on the people's mind. Now, we do have to present to the people that the raw material and the bhasma has a different bioavailability and therapeutic efficacy. So there is nothing to worry about it when they can talk about so vocal, when vitamin B12 has cyanocobalamin, when there are all allopathic medicines have such a heavy side effects, but they can openly tell about side effects and can do practice. Why we cannot? Why we have this hiding psyche that we want to think that, no, we should try to not be vocal about it. We should be very, very vocal and very confidently put up in all around the world, in front of the world society, because best thing is clinical results. If clinical result gives, well, that nothing can be bigger than that. Just now, Dr. Sara Shetty was telling about ashwagandha. Just yesterday only I came back from Moscow. I put up a question, how can you ban our drugs? They said, no, we ban cultivation because we have got misguided that it can have something like marijuana or something, but it can be used. So when we are vocal, many things can be created, can be corrected. When somebody opposes us, we can say, our Shastra also says mercury is bad. But it is not mercury, it is a processed mercury which we are using. Are we putting that effort? So we have to put two practice approaches. One approach that we have to work clinically on our patients, and second, we do have to do this movement where we have to be vocal to the people, and we have to tell them that no, this is having wonderful results. In Shastra it has been told. And also, when it comes to molecular fingerprint, you can know by Raman spectroscopy. So my main talk is for youngsters, because all the gurus, those who are sitting here, you guys know already. I don't need to talk. In your presence, I'm just speaking for youngsters, these points. So now the point is this, that ash content is minimum when it is processed. When it is unprocessed raw material of metals or minerals or mercury, it has ash content. It can be very dangerous. That we also say about it. Shastra has clearly mentioned, लिख के दे दिया उन्होंने, ये मरण कर सकता है. लेकिन यही जब शुद्ध होगा, जब मृत होगा, यहाँ तक कह दिया जब खगतिम दंतो निबद्धो, जब बद्ध पारद है वो खगति दे सकता है, वो हमको मुक्ति दे सकता है. जब मूर्छित्वा हरति रुजम, तो इसका मतलब है कि उन्होंने उस प्रोसेस पर ध्यान दिया है. सो प्रोसेस्ड प्रोडक्ट को हमको बताना होगा. वी हैव टू टेल टू आवर पीपल. नाउ व्हेन इट कम्स टू, इफ यू सी द कंट्रीज acceptance of Ayurveda and Rashastra medicines by country, I can be wrong also, but whatever I got the data that I am presenting here, India, of course, the Nepal, the Sri Lanka, madam is sitting over here, and UAE, Switzerland actually accepts you. Hungary also accepts you, which I have not mentioned here. USA do. These all countries are very much open, but they want not government to come up. They want, we have to go, and we have to make collaborations with various universities, and we have to try to do a common research with foreign universities. Unless we are not going to do combined research papers, not only in our own Ayurveda, we make our own papers and we present it. I think more than that, we need to present combined inter-universities of India and Ayurveda universities. So, our Vice Chancellor, who has also been my Gurudev in Jamnagar, he's working on that, and I request him that we can do that job. We can proceed with that direction, that how can we collaborate with all those universities for this type of paper presentations and more such combinations. Now, when it comes to Abraka, Shastra says very clearly, Nischandakam bhajet tattu shuddha dehe rasayanam sachandam vishavatam. Now, when it is having not properly formed, it is poisonous. But if it is properly formed, nataha parataram kinchit jara mrityu vinashanam. Just now what sir was talking about tamra, how badly people are using tamra bhasma improperly. If it is being used improperly, it can be very fatal. It has been mentioned by acharyas, na visham vishamityahu tamram tu vishamuchyate. The biggest tamra is if it is not properly processed. But if it is properly processed, nothing can be better than that to remove the blocks from the body. So, my whole point here is that how can we bring patient testimonials? Just now, like sir has presented himself, okay, like I have got results. And how can we be very vocal on that with our clinical evidences? Misconceptions are so much. 40% is actually misconceptions, and 30% is lack of validation, and regulatory hurdles we do have. But this misconceptions, how can we remove? So visual aid suggestions. So we have to bring up visual testimonials, case studies, brochures, all these things, and we have to set our narrative. So somewhere narrative building is very much needed in Rasa Shastra based practice, which is very much lacking at the moment. You can see that there is a Ayurveda's, Swastavritta side, healthy food and diet. People are very vocal, they talk about it. But when it comes to Rasaushadhi practice, we have to be very, very clear with our narrative, and we should tell, yes, it has its efficacy. And now we have, as I said, we can prove that with all sort of technologies like Raman spectroscopy now, what is very, very effective to bring up that molecular fingerprinting, that each and every molecule can be, how we have used in that Bhasma form, and that can be very, very effective, and how that nanomedicine, nanomolecular form is happening in this. that all then webinar and online workshops that we are doing already, documentaries, then what comes is, I'm very much conscious and very ready to make next move. Okay, so I complete my talk here. Now, thank you so much for giving this opportunity to speak. The conclusion of my words is very, very clear. We have to overcome some complexes in the matter of Rasa Shastra, because it is not directly we are using raw mercury or loha or abrak or tamra. We have a wonderful process which is very, very advanced, and with the present base of supports what we have, and with the Shastra's direct presentation, we can set the narrative. And I'm sure this process, if we all those who are new practitioners, if you start now, in 5 years there can be a wonderful change. Thank you so much.
Can I ask a question? Sure. Thank you for your presentation. Very timely. My question is, everybody is talking about establishing that Rasa Shastra and Rasa Aushadhis are safe. Not just for our country, but outside our country.
True.
Correct? These are the two goals we need to achieve.
True.
You also mentioned AI. We also know there are data analytics, very advanced data analytics that are available, large databases, big data, is available. So my question is, everybody is talking about the same thing. Why has it not happened that we have a registry, fair enough, that should be in public domain?
Right.
ये क्यों नहीं है?
Right.
सब कह रहे हैं स्टडीज है, डेटा है, रजिस्ट्रीज क्यों नहीं है अभी तक? क्या बैरियर है? अगर गवर्नमेंट में डिले है, प्राइवेट एजेंसीज उसको क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं?
How can I call you, ma'am?
I am Dr. Pratibha Shah from Boston, USA.
Okay, Dr.
Thank
Pratibha
you.
ji, since you are practicing in US, you can understand. Look, when it comes to Indian diaspora's mindset, we do have a geopolitical thousands of years of mindset which has its influence even now. That somewhere, even in India, we are very, very much fearful. Many years we had been programmed to think that this is very dangerous. So first of all, if any government want to take any step, it should start from public. So if the people can change their mindset, and who will make public to change? Of course, government has to take care. But we, Ayurvedic fraternity, has to set narrative. We should come up, and then organizations like this, for example, now we all set. We have to make conclusion and present that to government. And then when we put non-stop follow-up and push the pressure, okay, we are good, we have our own narrative, we are scientific, then definitely government will take up a move. But the problem is this, that we are the people with the most relaxed nation. सुबह आराम से खाना खाया, काम पे गए, शाम को घर आए. We are very easy going. So that's one of the reasons. But if we people take a step, we Ayurvedic fraternity, and we can awake public, it is very, very easy. And if it happen in India, Indian government has a lot of capacity to take, but they are ready where we are coming up. We are very much busy with our own private practices. As an organization, still we are very, very weaker than other medical system. That's what I think. Any other question?
So at the end of the day, the proof of the pudding is in eating. I come from Oklahoma, and the Ayurvedic herb, we were talking about, Dr. Jani was talking about Ayurvedic single herbs. The single herb, Cannabis sativa, Cannabis indica, that single herb, Ayurvedic herb, has $800 billion industry. The whole Ayurvedic industry in the US is $8 billion, 100 times more.
Marijuana is going up big.
100 times more business is of medical marijuana. And that's not because of physicians, not because of the government, it's because of the people. So the people of United States, people of Oklahoma, they voted and they formed Oklahoma Medical Marijuana Authority. It's number one tax generator for the government. So the proof of the pudding is eating. The thing is, like Dr. Balindu has done work in cancer. If we can make this product, is your Aushadhi, more available to common people, it can be multiplied, it can be upscaled.
Exactly, doctor. That's what the narrative has to be set by us.
It has to.
And we have to bring up in society and to government. So we, at the end of the, we have to take a call.
So that is what it is. And for the students, I want to tell you, you have a huge future, guys. Huge future. If you have passion, if you have knowledge, and you have to do that stuff. As Steve Jobs, who had pancreatic cancer, he started with pancreatitis. Steve Jobs, the guy who developed Apple, if he would have come to you, he could have been saved, right? So now the time is to take this wisdom to the US. Yes, mercury is banned, but we have to present in a way it can be accepted. People would accept it, but you have to make it available. What's the problem with us is we are making our products so unavailable. It's very difficult for, so I think there's a huge future in oncology. People are spending thousands and thousands of dollars per day.
And I want to add one thing with you, doctor. Shastra, we have to keep one hand, and then one hand we have to keep the modern advancement. If we leave Shastra, and if we just talk, then it's a very big problem. That what we have a power, that is this, the evidence-based, thousands-year-based, documented research work. Now, what we are doing ahead, that if we mix together and set that, what you're talking about, like what Balanji has done, it would be great. Thank you.
So the students think, remember, you are in a box, learn in the box, think outside the box, but realize there's no box. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Anand Chaudhary ji to conclude the session.
Thanks, Madam Coordinator. Respected all the stakeholders of Ayurveda, Rasashastra, Dravigun, on the dais, off the dais. Yes, I have to conclude the session, and I wish to be in the 10-minute only, because simply a lot of things which are running in my mind since the beginning of the session. Really, it's a very practical session from all accounts. The evidence, the vision, and the mission in the end. What has been quoted by the discussion of the speaker and the learned co-chairperson. Let me a little bit easy. I'm starting from the first, when the guest of honor, Professor S.S. Savarkar, said, okay, I said something to the Anand that why you are thinking that you are a student. तो जीवन में व्यक्ति को हमेशा विद्यार्थी ही बने रहना चाहिए. मैं जब एमडी आयुर्वेद फर्स्ट ईयर में एडमिशन लिया 1994 में काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय में, तो उस समय के रेक्टर डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर टिक्कू थे. और पहली बार जब मैंने उनको सुना, उनका बहुत बड़ा सीवी पढ़ा गया प्रोफेसर टिक्कू का, तो ही सेड, still I am a student of chemistry. When we are the student of the subject, we have enough scope to learn, we have enough scope to expertise more and more. So I always say that it's always better to be a student with students. That's my point. Dr. Pratibha Shah, you said yesterday also, आगे क्या? आज भी आपने कहा आगे क्या? मैं बोलता हूं आगे, डर के आगे जीत है. डर के आगे जीत है. डरना क्यों? किस बात से डरना? शास्त्र ने हमको पूरा प्रमाण दिया हुआ है. विज्ञान हमको प्रमाणित कर रहा है. विज्ञान कुछ भी अलग नहीं कर रहा है. विज्ञान हमको गलत कर ही नहीं रहा है. शास्त्र ने हमको प्रमाण दिया है, विज्ञान हमको प्रमाणित कर रहा है, तो डरना क्यों? आगे सिर्फ हम ही हैं और हम ही हैं, दैट इज आयुर्वेद, और कोई नहीं है. ये होने वाला है. Recently, when we talking about repository क्यों नहीं है, madam? Repository है. It has been launched just 2 months back by the TDU, Bangalore, and our secretary, honorable secretary, launched it, and the Professor Asmita Vele is the pioneer for all this work of the different rust minerals and the metals. And not only that, for information of you all, if you go to the CCRS site and just click their research portal and click the herbo-mineral preparations, see the abundance of the research work, what we did since last 20 years, specifically, all the schools of the Rashastra. So there is no dearth of the lack of the evidence in the modern contemporary language. What is the need of the world? We Indians, with the help of the Indian pharmacologist, one is sitting here, our Professor V. Ravi Shankar, and the many more, Professor Y.K. Gupta, on the Arogya Vardhani, from the AIIMS Pharmacology, Professor S. Moulik, head of the AIIMS Pharmacology, many more. The repository is full of the evidences published into the higher ranking, many I think so, research works. This happens when we want to say something which is very much relevant, a slip is coming. Organizers, I'm known for this, particularly for what I am going to say. I have not evidenced a cheat for the chair in the conclusion who said that I'm going to conclude within the 10 minutes. Please follow the protocols. This is my humble submission. There may be some more things which is better than this, what you are telling me. So, when people are talking about the Germany in the 2012, a patent was granted. Questioner was there, here, sir. And that was for the making of the kajali. What they did? They triturated solid sulfur with the liquid mercury and get it into the form of the sulfide, black sulfide, and put it to the 2000 feet in the bottom, and there is a patent. What we are doing since thousands? How we are making the kajali? But we have never claimed a patent for that. But Lopez claimed for that process in the 2012, and German agencies granted him patent. So this is the case what we are going on. People are talking about the mercury ban. So the mercury ban is not limited to this auditorium or the Ausad Manakam. Mercury ban is an issue where everyone is worrying, seriously worrying. Back 5 years in Ahmedabad, UNDP, United Nations Development Program, and the NERI of the government, CSIR, they organized a meeting. Yes, how to tackle this mercury. Okay, I was deputed by the Ministry of Ayush in the month of September, 29th September, I remember the exact date too. And there were 6 persons from the IITs, right from Kanpur to the Chennai. And they all were sitting with the data of the mercury poisoning. And they said the 700 ton of mercury has been being used into the India. And out of the 700 ton, only 40 ton was being used by the Ayurvedic practitioners, Ayurveda medicine. You just remove mercury from the pesticide, cosmetics, everywhere. But this 40 ton is very much useful for the humanity, global citizens. And I'm very much proud to say it, to quote it. I was arguing with those IIT professors, but they were not listening me. Then I put a paper from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Professor Nageshwar Rao lab, and that was by the Balendu Prakash, and which he showed that in the final product of the Bang Bhasp, there was no mercury, and then they convinced, and I called him from Ahmedabad. See, I won the battle with your paper. See, if a paper is coming from the IISC, Indian Institute of Science, then people are listening. They were refusing our paper of the ITRA, Jamnagar and the BHU. I have to say it. But they were shut when they saw the paper from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. So such kind of the papers are required. So many things we are doing on the principles, thesis, Sodhan, Maran, Sanskar. We are experimenting. Just a thesis has been submitted by the Guru Prasad Nille at Banaras University on the Tamra Sodhan. And all the speakers, this is about just Vaidya Balendu Prakash sir, I am supplementing and I am congratulating you for what you did for the Rasshast and what you are doing. Coming to the next speaker, of course, Dr. Dilip Jani. Really, I congratulate you for your all hard work, what you are doing. Yes, comments made by Professor Sara Shetty, Professor M.C. Sharma sir is highly significant, highly valuable. एकल द्रव्य प्रयोग तो एक आंधी है इस समय, जैसे कि 10 साल पहले भस्मों पर नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी, नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी, नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी, नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी की एक वेव चली। आज सब लोग कह रहे हैं कि नहीं नहीं वो तो है ही नहीं है, वो तो नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी तो भस्म में बहुत थोड़ी सी है। तो सर ये पता नहीं, अभी मैंने कई जगह देखा द्रव्य गुण विभाग सब एकल द्रव्य पर ही सेमिनार कर रहे हैं, हर जगह एक वेव चल रही है एकल द्रव्य की। मैं गलत नहीं हूँ सर, मैंने ढेर सारे द्रव्य गुण विभागों को देखा कि उसके सेमिनार किस पर हो रहे हैं, एकल द्रव्य पर हो रहे हैं। तो एकल द्रव्य की ये जो आंधी है, कहीं इसका हाल नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी वाला न हो जाए। आई एम फेयरिंग फॉर दैट। कंपाउंड्स औषधि पाठ संयोजन जो किया गया है वह निश्चित रूप से बहुत ही सैद्धांतिक है और उसी की आवश्यकता है, जैसा कि हमारे आचार्य श्रेष्ठ गुरुवर ने कहा। बाकी सिंगल ड्रग्स पे और मॉलिक्यूल्स पर काम करना चाहिए, एक्सप्लोर करना चाहिए, लेकिन सबसे अच्छी बात रही कि आप डाटा के साथ आए। एंड मैडम, यू डॉक्टर सेना रत्न, ऑफ कोर्स you talked about the regulatory affairs, you talked about the many more things I highly admire. And in the BIMSTEC, Sri Lanka is a member, and the BIMSTEC resolution is that for everything, all the regulations, and specifically for the pharmacopoeia, Sri Lankan government is going to accept all the hard work of the Indian scientists with the reciprocal warmth and many more things. And certainly we have to move forward for the sake of Ayurveda, keeping our political differences aside. What the word always being used by the Dr. Tanmay, geopolitical. In the London we are fighting, Sri Lankan Ayurveda is greater, Nepali Ayurveda is greater, Indian Ayurveda is greater. No Ayurveda is greater except Ayurveda is greater. There is no subdivision, right? When last, our Dr. Tanmay. Here I wish to start from the New York. At least they have accepted in the paragraph in India, people are using mineral and the metals as a medicine with after some specific pharmaceutical processes. They claimed after that it is safe and efficacious. This has been published into the MMR New York, 10th August 2010. I remember the date of the issue of the Vaidyanath, right? So they have started accepted us, but we have to convince the narratives. See, narrative is always said by the public, Corona, government came with the Ayush Kadha, but public used Rasaushadhis. All markets of Rasaushadhis are over, targets are over. Everything is finished. Swaska Chintamani was nowhere in the market, right? So narratives and the perceptions are required. And of course, you said about the Collaboration. We are doing collaboration, but before us, there is a one nation who thinks far and far before us. That is the China. If you see the RP-ment, Realgar, every work on their Chinese medicine, they are using also these mineral and the metals. They published papers with the Calicut, California, available into the all their laboratories, their library, and some of my co-learners are sitting there since Jamnagar or those days of mine. I'm quoting all that. Recently, one university of the Malaysia, they came with the toxicity of the mercury in the February 2024. I counter. We countered that. We are making correspondence. See, you are talking about the mercury, but we are talking about the parat, sanskarit parat. So don't mislead the world. In this way, we are working, and once again, really, this session is full of energy, questions, and what is very impressive, the senior stalwarts are exchanging their views. But this is also very much disappointing that no question is coming from, even from the junior faculty, the line of assistant professor, you sitting there, I'm targeting you all, right? The full line. There is no question from your end, and you all the PG, PhD scholar, we all बुढ़वा लोग, हम बैठ के आपस में बातें कर रहे हैं, तो हम तो रोज ही करते हैं. Thank you everyone. ये रिकॉर्ड के लिए रहेगा.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time to present the token of remembrance to our dignitaries. I request Professor Dr. Arun Kumar Tripathi ji, sir, to present the token of remembrance, that is memento, to Professor Dr. Anand Chaudhary ji, who is the chairperson of this session. नहीं? I invite Professor Dr. Shukla ji, sir, to please come on the stage and present the token of remembrance, that is memento, to Professor Dr. Anand Chaudhary, sir. May I request Professor Dr. Anand Chaudhary ji to present the memento to our co-chairperson, Professor Dr. Anil Shukla, sir. I request Professor Dr. Anand Chaudhary ji, sir, to present the memento to Dr. Amitabh Guman ji, who is the co-chairperson of the session. I request Professor Dr. Anand Chaudhary ji to present the memento to Professor Dr. Tanmay Goswami ji. Again, may I request Professor Dr. Anand Chaudhary ji, sir, to present the memento to Dr. Balindu Prakash ji, our keynote speaker. I request Dr. Amitav Gumanji, our co-chairperson, to present the memento to Professor Dr. Dilip Jani sir, our keynote speaker. I request Dr. Manisha Goyal to present the memento to Dr. USRK Senaratne ji. I request Professor Dr. Anil Shukla sir to present the memento to our co-coordinator, Dr. Prem Kumar.
Now felicitate to our coordinator, Dr. Ritu, by me.
So thank you all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, our chairperson, co-chairperson, keynote speakers for for the lectures, and thank you all the delegates for being here, for patiently listening. And now I hand over the mic to Dr. Rakesh ji sir for the next plenary session. Thank you all.
Chairperson. Yes,
Thank you, Dr. Rituji. And please be seated as we continue with our second plenary session in continuation. A very graceful and knowledgeable academic ambience since morning we have been going through, and the same atmosphere environment we would be enjoying for the next second plenary session for the next 2 hours here again. And we would be having a persons of repute, a persons of academic excellence, again with us on the dais in the form of guest of honor, in the form of chairperson, in the form of co-chairperson and the keynote speakers as well. I welcome all the delegates here who has come across the nation, across the globe. You are all welcome here. It's okay. It's done. So now, with all my respect, all my humble, graceful request, I request our Guruji, Professor Mahesh Sharma ji, I request Professor Aushadhmankam. Sir, please, sir, welcome, sir. Our respected, esteemed guest, Professor Mahesh Sharma ji, I request him to please grace the seat of guest of honor. Our ex-director NIA, ex-IEC chairman of this Rajasthan Ayurvedic University, Jodhpur. I request again Professor Govind Sai Shukla ji to please grace the seat of chairperson of this second plenary session. He is President Vishwa Ayurveda Parishad, National President, former Principal PGIA Jodhpur, Registrar Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan Rajasthan University Jodhpur, Dean Ayurveda Rajasthan Ayurveda University Jodhpur. I request Dr. Yugraj Sakpota, Assistant Professor Ayurveda Pharmacy Department of Rasashastra and Bheshaj Kalpana Ayurveda Campus, Institute of Medicine, Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu, Nepal, to please grace the seat of Yugraj Sakpota ji. Please, come on the dais. Sir, please grace the seat of co-chairperson in this session. I request Dr. Babul Akhtar ji, Associate Professor and Head Department of Ayurvedic Medicine, Hamdard University, Bangladesh, to please come to the dais and grace the seat of co-chairperson of this session. And I then request Dr. B. Ravi Shankar ji, the former HOD Pharmacology, ITRA, a great scientist of India, to please come on the dais and be our keynote speaker in this session. Dr. R.S. Sara Shetty ji, I request R.S. Sara Shetty ji to please come on the dais, and he is our respected keynote speaker in this session. He is UG, PG, PhD in teaching, research, administration and clinical practice, and has a lot of vast experience. I request Dr. Raj Narayan ji, Principal Scientist, Head Division of Horticulture and Forestry, ICAR, CRE, Sri Vijayapuram, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, please. He is our third keynote speaker in this session. And I request Dr. P.A.N.G. Pereira, Senior Lecturer of the Department of Dravya Gun Vigyan and Swasthit, Faculty of Indigenous Medicine, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. He is our fourth keynote speaker in this session. I request the chairperson of this session, Professor Govind Sai Shukla ji, to please welcome our guest of honor, Professor Mahesh Sharma ji. I request Professor Anil Shukla ji to please welcome our chairperson in this session, Professor Govind Sai Shukla ji. This is Shukla versus Shukla. Yeah. Yesterday, as our God sir spoke about two patis, Kulpati and Prajapati. I request Dr. Professor Govind Sai Shukla ji to welcome our co-chairperson, Dr. Yugraj Sakpota ji. I request Professor Govind Sai Shukla ji again to welcome our another co-chair, Dr. Babul Akhtar ji. I request Professor Avdesh Bhatt ji to please welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. B. Ravi Shankar ji. I request Dr. Niranjan ji to please welcome Dr. Sara Shetty ji. I request our examination controller of this university, Dr. Rajaram ji, to please welcome Dr. Raj Narayan ji. I request Dr. Shoram Sharma, Associate Professor, Department of Environment, to welcome our next speaker, Dr. P.A.N.G. Parera ji. Now, I seek the permission of Honorable Chairperson and our guest of honor to please start the session. Thank you. So, I start the proceedings of this session. First of all, I would like to request Dr. B. Ravi Shankar ji. He is our first keynote speaker. And before going to the I would like to share a brief bio sketch of Professor B. Ravi Shankar ji. He is MSc Pharmacology from Mysore Medical College in 1975 and PhD from Gujarat University in 1992. He has been working as research advisor, Shri College of Ayurvedic Sciences and Research, from February 2019, and former director, SDM Center for Research in Ayurveda and Allied Sciences, and professor of experimental medicine, October 2010 to 2018, and former head pharmacology laboratory, IPGTRA, project officer, pharmacology research unit, CCRS, for 24 years, assistant research officer, CCRAS, from 79 to 87. Many around 50 sponsored research projects he has undertaken in CCRAS, UGC, RGUHS, and APGT and RA. And around he has guided and co-guided around 250 scholars. He has authored and co-authored around 227 papers in national and international journals. And he edited a book related to proceedings of a workshop. He has around 102 guest lectures and 4 keynote addresses, and he has been awarded IDMA for Best Research Paper in 1993 and 2010, Hariom Ashram First Gold Award for Research in 2001, and Aish Lifetime Achievement Award for Research in 2017. This is the national award. So, this is a limited bio sketch of yourself. You have a great and a vast exposure in the field of pharmacology, and I request you to please carry on with your presentation. Thank you very much. And we are Actually, I would have to request, sir, we have to bound by 20 minutes as we have prescribed for the presentation. Thank you very much, sir. It's a humble request, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. With the permission, Chairperson, I would like to end this, keynote address in 21 or 22 minutes. I'll tell you the reason why. So I've been given the, mandate of speaking about one of the most important Okay. Hope I'm audible. Okay, thank you. This is one of the most important requirement for providing evidence for therapeutic efficacy. Therapeutic efficacy depends upon biological efficacy, and for biological efficacy, it is very important to carry out biological standardization, which is the most neglected field in the field of standardization. Why it is very important? Because drugs, pharmacotherapeutics deals with treatment of patients. It's a life and death situation. In that condition, we require the drugs or any therapeutic intervention of very high standard. So when you want to have a very high standard product, we need to have very high standard standardization protocol also. So based on this, the concept of pharmacopoeia has come. Of course, one of our previous speakers have given very good definition of pharmacopoeia, so I will not enter into that. Technically speaking, this is the protocol everybody is following, containing physical, chemical, botanical, organoleptic, biological, which is not used in its entirety. Nowadays, omic science-based standardization protocol have come. Current approach, it's mainly based on identifying the marker compounds. It's good. It will ensure consistency of the composition of the product, but it will not ensure it will not tell anything about the biological efficiency. Some people, of course, they have started doing DNA barcoding. DNA barcoding will give exact identity of the plant, but it will not say whether the plant has the material has already been used or it still has its therapeutic or biological efficacy. Hence, biological standardization is very, very important. Of course, biological standardization of herbo, mineral and mineral product has not been undertaken in our country, just like, but Chinese people have done extraordinary work. They have got a infrastructure worth $2 to $3 billion. Can you imagine, in one institute? So they have done all the latest toxicogenomic studies. Toxicogenomic studies are the highest standards for ensuring safety and efficacy of our products, which unfortunately I cannot quote any Indian study, but I can quote number of studies based in China. So bioassay, whenever we select a bioassay, it should be in relation to the therapeutic efficacy. If I say that if the formulation or if the drug, even if it is single drug, if it is used for treatment of Alzheimer's, so the bioassay should be relevant to that. Otherwise, you may have to have a panel of bioassays. Instead of that, of course, panel of bioassays is important for initial screening, so that we can have which type of assay would be suitable for which type of indications. So direct measurement of bioactivity is also possible. Indirect also it is possible. It can be quantal or qualitative also. Another important thing which we have not given thought about is a lot of ex vivo, in vivo, in vitro protocols have been standardized for drug discovery. The same can be applied for drug standardization also with modification as per requirement. So there is one rider. When we use in vitro assays based on cell culture or product derived from cells like enzymes or signal pathways, so that should be confirmed with in vivo experiment. That means the final confirmation should be in intact animals, and that should form the standard for standardization. Biopsy, of course, I'll not go into the definition of these things. So what is happening nowadays, and what are the use of biological standardization or biopsy in the field of Ayurveda? The only use I can see as of now is for identifying the contaminants. For microbial contamination only we are using biological assays. For others we are not using. Of course, there are scientists based in pharmacy and other faculties. They are taking out active principles and doing research on them. But that is not relevant to classical Ayurvedic formulation, because classical Ayurvedic formulation are not extracts, and they got totally different profile. So for that we need to have our own standards, which has not been evolved in the true sense of requirement. You will be surprised to see biological standardization can be applied even for non-drug therapies. In one of our studies we have did. We should not laugh, because we did Panchakarma in rats, we did Virechana in rats, and we found it is very, very effective in preventing drug-induced hypothyroxia. The TSH level decreased, T3, T4 level increased, and more than that, histopathological evidence was so strong about the regeneration of the thyroid tissue. Of course, since it was not the focus of this talk, I did not bring that slide. Otherwise, I would have been very happy to show that slide. Latest techniques, again, I have to refer to the Chinese people. Chinese scientists are employing latest, techniques, both in the both for phytochemical analysis and as well as for biological standardization or biological profile, generation. And also they are using all omic technologies. I will show you one or two examples in the later part of my presentation. So coming to the cell-based assays, so we can have any number of parameters, depending upon whether it is affecting the cell viability, cell permeability, cell absorption, gene expression profile, or signaling profile, signal transduction profile. Anything can be taken as the parameter for biological standardization. Why I am telling is that nowadays highly standardized, high quality cell lines are available. For example, with the well-known ATCC collection, so they have got more than 1,900 cell lines, very well standardized, very well profiled, and some of them are used for particular type of disease. So they can be employed for first level of standardization. When we talk about in vitro assays, we need to consider what are the advantages and what are the disadvantages. Advantages is that we can control all the conditions which are required, so that we can clearly pinpoint in which condition, which type of response we can get. The main disadvantage is the technical skill required, and the infrastructure they have got heavy financial implications. So if we are, but financial implications should not come in the way of providing high standard products. For that we require very good standardization procedure. Apart from this, whatever may be the result of in vitro studies, many a time they may not be applicable in vivo conditions. So hence, whatever result we get in vitro condition, finally they have to be again verified in vivo condition, as I mentioned in the previous conditions. These are the example. For example, quercetin, it is present in almost all the medicinal plants. So it induces proliferation, cell proliferations, and there are products which induce angiogenesis, which I will show you the example later on. So some of them can suppress angiogenesis, which is important in case of cancer. Some of them which promote angiogenesis, which is important for wound healing. Similarly, drug transporters. In this connection, I would like to recollect, Chinese have shown that the mercury chloride induces the transport system in the body, whereas the Chinese traditional mercurial preparation, they do not have any effect on the transporters. So, so by just studying the transporters, we can also take it as one of the important parameter. Of course, I got a detailed paper, but that was not meant for this presentation. This is the one I was talking about. Now, kits are available for cell angiogenesis assays. So, I've given the name of the kit also, kit ZH8000. So, if you are looking at a drug which is likely to influence angiogenesis, this assay system can be used. Of course, if you want to see say an absorption, we can use CACO cells or MDCK cells. CACO cells are very well standardized. They are used extensively in the dust discovery for delineation of ADME profile. Then ex vivo you can use Using chamber or evaporated insertional sac. The figure I have given on the other on the left side of the panel. Of course, nothing like in vivo, and final standardization should be in human beings. I am not talking about giving something poisonous to human beings and seeing if effect. What I am referring here is creation of databases. I think Aryagavardhini, Rasa, maybe crores of people are using every month. If you collect that data and show that in spite of being used by crores of people, even not 0.11% are exhibiting any toxicity indications, that would be one of the highest level of what you call providing evidence for safety and safety aspect. This I will come little later on. So, the parameter which can be studied I have already explained. You can cultivate fibroblast. So, fibroblast cultivation is not very difficult. You will get standardized fibroblast for culturing. So, that can be used for standardization of any drug which is indicated for angiogenesis in vitro conditions. For example, suramine suppresses it, and this vasoactive, vasoendothelial growth factor enhances it. Many of our Ayurvedic formulation have got this type of activity. Apart from this, so there are many people have used enzymes. Enzyme derived from well-known sources as parameters for assessing for undertaking standardization. So these are some of the few examples. Of course, there are hundreds of enzymes are available for standardization purpose. We can select the enzyme depending upon the therapeutic indications. For example, aleurodase, if you want to standardize a drug for rheumatoid arthritis. Acetylcholinesterase, if you want to have something related to memory. Cyclooxygenase and lipoxygenase, if you want to do anything about inflammation, especially lipoxygenase, particularly for pranavayu srotas, that is the respiratory system. So SOD, if you want to see effect on the antioxidants, like that, hundreds of enzymes are available. I have been fortunate to get the information from one of my friends, Dr. Amit Agarwal, a fellow pharmacologist, is the MD of Natural Remedies. He gave me this information. They have used this enzyme for standardization of Salacia oblonga and Bacopa-Mallory lipoxygenase, and they have fixed the range. You can see in every batch is not giving the same type of inhibition. IC50 would be varying, but they will fix between 50 to 80 or 25 to 75. This is the range. At least minimum is 25% and maximum sometime anything, or it should be some limitations. So like that, they have used trypsin assay for standardization of a different batch of some of their own patented PNP products. So this is one of the easiest way of initiating our standardization procedures. So I was talking about this, receptor-based assays. Of course, it requires skilled professionals and very good infrastructures, because most of the synthetic drugs, 50% of the marketed drugs, they influence G protein linked receptors. Whereas our Ayurvedic formulation, especially rasayanas, so they influence tyrosine linked receptors and nuclear receptors. So totally, a very unique mechanism of action. So those unique nature can be taken as parameters for this thing. So at least thousands of G protein have been very well defined, and assay systems are available for utilizing them. So we can employ this functionalization, because if G protein of particular profile gets increased, what is going to happen? That is very well defined. So this can be used. For here, I would like to bring to your notice the somebody was referring to cannabis sativus Vijaya. So Vijaya has got its own receptor system, CB1, CB2. And CB and CB2, they are linked to G protein receptor system. So that can be adapted if you want to standardize Vijaya and things like that. Apart from this, many of our Tikta Pradhana Dravyas, they influence a very important ion channel based receptor system, so known as TRPV. This system is present in almost all the cells. So that can be one of the most important parameters for undertaking standardization, and it will also provide you idea about what are the likely pathways which are going to be involved in that. So these are the example of not our Ayurvedic formulation, products derived from Ayurvedic formulations which are having influence on the G protein receptor. For example, alkaloids, flavonoids, terpenoids, steroids. Example, huge number of examples are available. Isolated tissues, being a pharmacologist, isolated tissues are one of the most important parameters available to us. You can use isolated guinea pig ileum, isolated rat colon, isolated rat intestine, and isolated heart. So these are not very difficult to set up. For batch-to-batch quality control, and even for standardization purpose, the isolated tissues can be used. So that is about the brief discussion about in vitro and ex vivo systems. The most important component, as I was telling you, is to proving it in vivo systems. In vivo system, you can't always use bigger animals like dog or nowadays mini pigs. I'm not talking about the pigs and other animals. So we can have lower animals as experiment models. All of them, they got their own unique mechanism. For example, you can use brine shrimp, which is extensively used by these fish farmers for feeding it. So that can be used for two types of studies. One is to determine whether the product is toxic or not, and the second one is to what type of changes in its behavior is being done by the drug. So we can use Cynorhabditis elegans, a minute nematode. It has got very unique profile. I'll be describing it a little later on. We can use Drosophila, again one of the most frequently used animal, insect. Then zebrafish and xenopus. Each of them have got different advantages and different biological profile that can be made use in our standardization purpose. For example, brine shrimp. So that's the data. Easy to breed, and it has got very short lifetime, so that we can generate a number of generation within a short period. So we can see the effect from generation to generation, and they also have a instrument to study what it is reactive to the photo, light, so that reaction to light can be assessed for our standardization purpose. It is known as phototaxis. It will move towards the source of the light, so that can be used for standardization. And Cynorhabditis elegans, minute one, it can be observed under this thing. It has got a larval stage as well as the adult stage. The unique pattern of it is that it has got three important pathways. For example, this VNT, notch, and RAS. So it's whether the adult one becomes hermaphrodite or male depends upon the involvement of these three pathways. If any drug influences that, there will be phenotype movement towards either male or hermaphrodite. So if you give a drug, if the phenotype is changed, we can easily say that the drug is acting through that pathway. That means not only we can standardize the drug, but along with standardization, we can have information that it is influencing three important pathways which are also relevant to human being, because these These are the primary pathways available in all the vertebrates, including human beings. Then Drosophila, it can lay hundreds of eggs per day, 2000 in lifetime, development in 10 days, and 70% genomic complementarity is there with human beings. So it can be used for many purposes, and it is extensively used for assessing effect on neurodegeneration diseases, for studying effect on aging, immunity, diabetes, cancer, and impact of environmental contamination. For all these purposes, initial studies are conducted on these lower animals. The same thing, we need not have to have all the components, so we can employ this. For toxicogenomics, I am again pointing out, that is the most important standardization parameter. So this insight can be used. So you can see on the other side of the panel, so they have used what is known as climbing assay for Drosophila. So for assessing behavioral changes, this simple assay can be used, and they are not very difficult to grow, easily maintainable, and standardized flies are available with well-known repositories. Similarly with this zebrafish, embryo is transparent, so any abnormal change which occur during organogenesis can be easily assessed. So this is very, very important for our resources assessment. This Xenopus, it lays eggs externally, and fertilization occurs externally. So it lays thousands of eggs during one ovulation. So especially for developmental related studies, so this animal will be quite suitable. We can combine both in vitro and in vivo. For example, one of the antimalarial drugs they have studied using, they have injected Plasmodium, which is not infective to human beings, into the mice, and they induced parasitemia. They have given the drug. They have assessed how much parasitemia has been suppressed. Along with that, they have isolated RBCs infected with particular stage of larva, and they have seen the effect of the drug. So the combined effect, that would be much more beneficial. I have given the data also, just to show that it is quite possible. And coming to the final part of my presentation, the most important one, using this epigenetics. Epigenetics means bringing in changes in the gene activity without altering the structure of the gene. So normally whenever a mutation occurs in the gene structure, it leads to change in the activity. But epigenesis is different, in which the changes occurring are not permanent, they are reversible. Reversible change in the gene activity, gene expression activity is done through epigenetic mechanism. So different mechanisms are available. Why? And this is one of the most focused areas in drug discovery. The main concept behind this, that DNA, if you rewind it, it won't get fit even into the cell, not to speak about nucleus. It needs to be compacted into a small size. So just like having 100 meter of thread and making a ball out of it for our kites. Similarly, DNA has been coiled and put it in a compact position along with the stones. The stones form the backbone. So these stones, they come in two configurations. One is heterochromatin, and of course, this stone and DNA, they form chromatin. The chromatin comes in two forms, heterochromatin and eurochromatin. Heterochromatin is stable, so it will provide stability to the DNA. And this euchromatin, it is the one which can be easily modified. So there are enzymes involved in influencing this stone and DNA, bringing about changes in the euchromatin. So epigenetics involves mainly DNA methylation, chromatin modeling, and histone modification. These are three main mechanisms, and different types of enzymes are involved. And the entire epigenetic process is based on the activity of three enzymes, which are known as writers, erasers, and readers. So kits are available for testing the effect on this. So this should be the most important part of our standardization process. So we can have, use those kits based on ELISA or in vitro assay systems and give our formulations and see whether they're affecting the writers or erasers or readers. Because so the erasers are the enzymes which are focused by number of drugs which are having influence on different type of pharmacological activity. And the reader means after that epigenetic changes, so the reader enzymes, they will determine what pathway the biological system is going to take. If that pathway gets dysregulated, it will lead to many diseases, especially cancer. So readers have become the most important disease target for assessing activity of a drug on cancer, of course, and also for intellectual ability, disability cases, to study the process of aging and immune process, especially autoimmune process. So these are the information. If anybody interested, they can have get the information from this slide about the targets. Of course, I have got a lot of information. If anybody interested, I can provide it. Omics, in addition to the epigenetics, omics studies are very, very important. In the morning session, Professor Balendu was telling about standardized protocol. If that protocol is also employed along with this combined omic studies or multi-omic studies, that would have been much better. I will say why. So this is the example of studies conducted by Chinese using multiple omic studies. So apart from the regular pharmacological parameters of renal function, they have studied effect on expression of 6 enzymes: metallothionein, emoxgenase, chemokinin, glutathione transferase, calcium S119A9, and cadherin. So if the genes linked with these enzymes are stimulated, it will indicate that drug is going to have renal toxicity. So the most important aspect of toxicogenomics is that the gene activity gets initiated much before the toxicity that occurs. So if we can have a gene activity profile, we can determine that it's going to be toxic. So if it is going to be toxic, we can stop it and we need not have to give it. So that's why this is one of the most important this thing. And then Korean people, Korean scientists have studied their combination. A combination of mineral with herbal products. So they have taken all the 4 pure mineral like mercury chloride and realgar, and then combination of that raw material and final product. You can clearly see that 3 different type of profiling in the metabolites has occurred. This is based on proteomics, metabolomics, and genomic study. So control, you can see the AGNH is the combination product and CR is the raw products. So with this type of study, it is very easy to, of course, technically quite tough and require a high level of infrastructure, but this would be one of the most important protocol for biological standardization. Unfortunately, we do not have any single institute which can undertake this type of studies. I hope Government of India will support creation of such institute at least in 4 or 5 places in India. And this cluster formation, this drug cluster formation concept is there. So those people, they need not wait for government support. The manufacturers, they can come together and establish this with some support from the Government of India. So with this, because of the time limit, Professor Pradeepji had told me to prepare for 40 minutes, but seeing that the time limitation is there, I have condensed it to 20 minutes. That's why it looks that I am bringing only few examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, we are very much benefited from your exposure, from your experience, expertise. Anybody who is having any queries can raise his questions. Okay.
Sure,
okay.
sure.
So,
Prashant, yes.
Okay.
on how we can conduct these toxicogenomic studies.
You can undertake multi-omic studies. Select the, you can use cell cultures, or you can give in lower animals like Drosophila, collect the material, go for proteomics and metabolomics in the whatever fecal this thing or even urine. If you go for mice, it would be much better. And then gene profiling, genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, metabolomics. All the four are combined. Then you can describe. So that will be the most ideal way. Or you can stick to transcriptomics and do it. I remember your study, which we have published. He has done excellent, extraordinary study and got it published in Frontiers of Pharmacology. So he has shown one thing. You are using trituration, bhavana we are giving. After bhavana, he has subjected them to this Bhasmikarana. They have shown that even in the Bhasma, there are skeleton of the organic moieties, right, Prasant? So that's, I think, the best thing. Even after Bhasmikarana, that skeleton is not going away. It is remaining. We don't know what is the influence of that that skeleton. Many people are focusing on that. So, see, Ayurveda is, we can't comment. We are not, we do, अवकाश नहीं है हमारा उसका ऊपर ये करने. Because, for example, this receptor pharmacology, taste receptor pharmacology has evolved like anything. If I get a chance, I will again visit and I can talk about that for 2 hours. So you will get all taste linked receptor which are unique and which are unique to our formulations. So our science is wonderful. Even without knowing anything, they have designed that pharmacological activity depends upon rasa profile, rasa panchaka profile. Now they are coming back. All our drug research people are running behind it, using this drug receptor, taste receptor physiology. It's wonderful. So like that, many knowledge bases are available, but we do not have the methods to evaluate them. So that's the main lacuna in our. And government, this all because of political this thing. I tell you, I don't mind criticizing our political leadership in the earlier. They have not given sufficient money, or they have not created sufficient infrastructure. Even at Jamnagar, when I was employed, I was finding it very difficult to take, even 10,000, 20,000 grant. If they had given that grant, even 10% of the grant they have given to ICMR, we would have been in the stage to compete and compare with Chinese people. Now we can't. Chinese people invest billions of rupees and we are not even touching millions. So sorry for being emotional. So that's the truth.
Thank you, sir.
We have scientists, we have everything, but no support, no financial support, no patronage.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. But the time is changing by now, sir. The things are now growing up. And with this, we come to end of this first keynote. I request our next keynote speaker, Dr. R.S. Hara Shetty ji. His keynote is on need of reverse pharmacological approach and neglected factor in clinical research. Before I request him to start with, I would like to give her his brief bio sketch. Dr. R.S. Hara Shetty is Professor and Head Department of PG Department RSVK, BLDAS, AVS Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Bijapur. He has more than 39 years experience. He has more than 70 publications in his bag. Awards, he is honored by Best Citizens of India Award 2001 at Delhi. He is also associated with foreign universities such as People's Friendship University of Russia, Moscow, and he is representing India at various international fora, including WHO and BRICS. Sir, we would be enlightened by your esteemed lecture. I request you to start with your presentation, sir, and please be
cordless mic. Namaste to all of you.
Yeah, thank you.
Since yesterday we are in this field to discuss a lot of the things, and right from this slide only, I wholeheartedly congratulate Vice Chancellor of this university, Dr. Prajapati, and his entire team for giving an opportunity to most of the scholars to share their ideas and share their experiences. And this is the picture, whatever we have shown here, right from this. A natural, beautiful scene, how much it gives pleasure to us. And can it improve our immunity? Yes. The ugly scenes can cause nausea and vomiting and even depress our immunity. The question, see, it is to be interacted according to this Ayurvedic concept concerned, where we have forgotten in our clinical research. First, after going through these difficulties in introducing a medicine all over the world, and even in India, you may be thinking that, why, sir, what is the problem in introducing this medicine, as a medicine, into the market outside India? People like Ravi Shankar, a great scientist, and many of our legendaries here, you know whatever I am going to say, but only the thing is that we have forgotten to systematize the thing to explore the richness of Ayurveda. I claim that morning also Anand Chaudhary said that आज भी हम रहेंगे, कल भी हम रहेंगे, हमेशा आयुर्वेदा रहेगा. It is the evidence experienced since 1,000 years, not only today. And one more thing we are experiencing since yesterday, that it is a need of the hour to go for standardization and this clinical or experimental or in vitro or in vivo, etc. But where we are doing mistake is, see, he's the wonderful scientist, displayed wonderful data. And morning, Dr. Balendur Prakash, he experienced himself, he might have treated thousands of cases. And here a number of Ayurvedic doctors who are regularly treating hundreds of cases or crossed thousands of cases every day in their clinical practice. Do they have time to maintain records? No. Then who else is there to maintain this record? A team of doctors has to be nominated by the government of India to collect the clinical data all over India on how many formulations people are going to practice. Balendra Prakash is well experienced with pancreatitis cases, and he is treating cancer patients and all. When Dr. Mukund was here, and he is treating thousands of obesity cases. And myself is here, I have consumed Arogya Vardhini Vatti in my clinical practice, turned together. So now, why I am saying this, the most important part is, now we have to go in a reverse way. We are moving so far, subjecting to analytical study, then in vitro, in vivo study, and experimental studies for safety profile and all, then recommending that medicine for clinical research and all. In reverse pharmacology, before I talk about reverse pharmacology, what practitioner or patient or public expect from a medicine? safety, efficacy, economic medicine, and save time of that patient and the doctor to get success. And if it is prescribed for a long period, also it should be safe. And minimum drug prescription. And it is not to be neglected that whatever the Western medicines are practiced and prescribed, having maximum side effects and needs additional drug to counteract it. And simple paracetamol, it is reported from, not from India, from Western medical scientists only, it caused 33% of deafness. And recently one more medicine. So like this, there are n number of report published with regards to the side effect and counteracting. To counteract, the additional unwanted medicines are also prescribed from modern doctors. But in Ayurveda, we prescribe one medicine for one therapeutic target or one medicine for multiple therapeutic target having less or no side effects. And Western medicine with single therapeutic target having multi-side effect, and traditional system of medicines having multiple target but having minimum or no side effect. And one traditional medicine can compensate 5 to 6 medicines of Western medicine. Do you want, you ask me question because I have to complete within 20 minutes. You ask me question, how sir? Huh? And one more, the greatness of Ayurveda is one formulation with a different adjuvant can be used in different disease condition. This is the greatness of Ayurveda. And now you may be thinking, why Sir Shetty sir is paying importance now for reverse pharmacology. Reverse pharmacology, once it is not a new thing, long back it was discussed even in Banaras Hindu University. And myself raised that issue on reverse pharmacology, and deliberations were there with regards to reverse pharmacology. And let us go ahead. What is a reverse pharmacology? Do you know the father of reverse pharmacology? Who is the father of reverse pharmacology? We are proud of our Indian Mr. Ashok Vaidya, the great pharmacology professor of KM Medical College, Mumbai. He is considered to be the father of reverse pharmacology. And what is reverse pharmacology? Is reversing whatever we are doing now from laboratory to clinic. And the reverse pharmacology is start from clinic to laboratory. For example, Balendra Prakash, a great Rasavaidya, he is treating many cases of pancreatitis or cancer, and that formulation is to be tested. We have to go from this clinical data is to be documented, and after this documenting, it is an experienced and clinical data which is available. And people like Ravi Shankar and this medicinal chemistry people with advanced technology, don't say that advanced technology is not available in India. In Banaras Hindu University itself having a Sati laboratory, which is the most advanced laboratory available. If you give one drug, the thousands of components will be declared by that machine. Such machineries are kept over there in Sati laboratory in Banaras Hindu University. So now, what is required whoever in India practicing with Ayurvedic medicines, a data must be documented well on those formulation used by those doctors. So that that formulation must be subjected further for research. So the research starts from clinic to laboratory, not from laboratory to clinic. The science of integrating documented clinical and experimental hits into leads by transdisciplinary exploratory studies, further developing these into drug candidates by experimental and clinical studies and research. For example, if the one formulation is tried on 1,000 cases, if the same formulation given to Dr. Ravi Shankar, so he will analyze and he will say which are the components contribute for particular therapeutic target. And after analyzing, that medicine may be this then for subjecting once again for crossover clinical trials, and then we'll get a proper evidence-based clinical data, and nobody will question on this because you have got analytical this data on particular formulation, and on in vitro studied material. Safety and profile study also can be conducted. So definitely, so it is a systematic work has to be done with multidisciplinary faculty. Then only we can, without any hesitation, with confidential data, we can explore Ayurvedic formulation in any part of the world. I said in Halle University of German openly to the hundreds of scientists who were sitting there with proper clinical and with experimental and with all data. So automatically the things will be changed and acceptability will be more. So that is what is the reverse pharmacological approach. So infer the robust exploration and documentation of data obtained from preclinical or clinical studies conducted elsewhere in India, and translate obtained information into process of potential drug candidate as specific molecular target. So this is the statement of Dr. Ashok Vaid. And why, sir? Why you have to think now? See, to introduce one drug into the market can range cost from $314 million to $4.46 billion, depending upon therapeutic areas and depending upon data and modeling assumptions, and its cost includes cost of laboratory research, clinical trial, and company's capital cost. And there is a can we break the E-Rooms law? There is a E-Rooms law, inflation adjusted cost of developing a new drug roughly double every 9 years. And even after spending that much money, so it will be costly enough, time consuming, and after few years it will be banned because of toxicity or side effects. And mass screening of plants in search of new drug, too expensive and inefficient. But traditional knowledge offered better drugs. In classical, that is in forward research, whatever we have practiced so far for the 4 decades, pharmacology approach compounds are screened in animal disease models. Ravi Shankar ji, yes? Yeah. And to find a beneficial effect, and failed to produce new therapeutic targets in the last 15 years. So that is the reason why we have to think now on clinical, this reverse pharmacology approach starting from clinic to laboratory. Many active compounds from traditional medicines are routinely used. Their tolerance and safety relatively better than only chemical entities, those are new to human beings. So it is all not my statement. This is the statement of the Western scientists and who are now thinking about individual concept and reverse pharmacology in Western world. And estimated over hundreds of new natural products based on leads and clinical development and emerged as a transdiscipline for more productive drug discovery and cost effective today. And what is the scope of reverse pharmacology? To understand the mechanism of action at multiple level of biological organization and to optimize the safety, efficacy and acceptability of the leads in the natural product based on relevant sciences like Ayurveda. And what is the concept of reverse pharmacology? The traditional knowledge of Ayurveda has inspired many people to opt for reverse pharmacology now. And relate is the reversing the route from laboratory to clinic and progress of disease pipeline to clinic to laboratory. So in Ayurvedic medical research, clinical experience, clinical observation and available data becomes the starting point. In conventional research, it comes at the end. That's why now people are thinking more about reverse pharmacology. And the different phases are there. I need not discuss much about the phases. You can refer anything and those reverse pharmacology approach, the process can be understood and different, this level of this study can be conducted. And why needs documentation of information on experiential or clinical data today? And who are practicing in India and wherever practicing on Ayurvedic formulation, if you collect the proper data of that, so definitely it helps to assess the particular drug, the particular dose, the particular adjuvant, and the particular indications for which the formulation is used by that particular clinician, and the particular prakriti which he has assessed in that patient, and the particular the diet pattern followed to treat that disease with that formulation. And if any drawbacks are there in the clinical data, so what are the drawbacks and how we can counteract those drawbacks or think further for clinical research? And once we collect all over India the proper clinical data and document the experiential, whatever the data available with the clinicians, so then it provides information for further wonderful research by which we can establish all kind of evidences to claim on that formulation all over the world. And main Ayurvedic drugs which have been used by the practitioners are regularly used by any Ayurvedic practitioners all over India. So better initially targeting some hundreds or 50 than collecting the all document with related to that formulation and subjecting for laboratory and this in vitro and in vitro study. So definitely we can establish evidence-based data. And this reverse pharmacological approach can be used to evaluate the safety, efficacy, and quality of drugs and plants used in traditional system of medicine. And we can further discover new drugs from natural products and find new clinical facts and biodynamic phenomena and overcome the costly and drawn out drug discovery and development process. And now, with the short, I have completed that's a reverse pharmacology approach. And whoever want, you can refer. The pharmacology approach is available not with Dr. Ashok Vaidya. If you refer that article of Dr. Ashok Vaidya, in detail, everything is explained well. Now, I am coming to the second point. Whatever we have observed with our clinical experience and with sharing our knowledge with others and interacting with some clinical practitioners, so where we have neglected some of the factors which are to be taken account for better clinical research. This is for younger generation who are undertaking this clinical project. You are not supposed to neglect, which are regularly planned and executed. Yeah. Have we forgotten some of the factors which are to be taken into account for our clinical research? Yes. For the 4 decades, whatever we have practiced with clinical research, some of the factors are neglected in clinical trials. So those must be corrected or taken into account for better clinical trials. The greatest gift of Ayurveda is individual concept. And earlier, we are saying about individual concept in India. But the whole world, all the scientists are now thinking about the individual concept. So based on individual person, how the treatment model is to be planned. So fail to plan is fan to play. So fail to plan is plan to fail. This is my patient, one Prakash Shah. He's in USA. It's his statement, not mine. Because after interacting with many Ayurvedic doctors, whatever he experienced, he said that we have failed in planning well and we are definitely failed to plan. So that's why now we have to plan well about our treatment module. Because even in Western country, they have prepared the treatment module. They will not cross that limit. So here also we have to plan well our systematic treatment, not only with the drug, even non-drug therapy also. So why we have to think about now this all? Because the tolerance of food, the tolerance of fluids, the tolerance of environment, the tolerance of physical and mental activities, and the tolerance of sound and music, and tolerance of psychological factors like worry, anxiety, tension, stress, etc. and depend upon individual constitution. It is said in Ayurveda that almost all tolerance is dependent on the individual prakriti person than another. So we cannot fix up the dose or food and anything to almost all the people. So that's why it is the greatest contribution of Ayurveda to consider about the individual concept. And we say that in short, mithya ahara, mithya vihara, mithya achara. I have included mithya vichara. Because of this, this affects on our physical, physiological, biochemical, and even bacterial flora, and psychological and hormonal and immunity, and ultimately we are supposed to suffer from disease. Then, the factors which influence on drug and human being day by day or every time, or even the chronobiology, whatever mentioned in Ayurveda. For example, prakriti, dose, adjuvant, food habits, physical and mental activities, environment and geographical area, and season, and day, night, and after food, and psychological factors, and even sound and music. All plays important role in our whole biological activities in our body. So ultimately it contributes or influences directly or indirectly with our drug administration. So the individual concept, so in particular the prakriti concern, in particular vikruti concern, In particular, Agni concerned, in particular Dhatu, Mala and Srotas, etc. And one part, in another part, food and drug interaction was well known to Ayurvedic pioneer scientists. That's why they have conveyed a message that patte sati gadatasya kim aushadani sevanam, patte asati gadatasya kim aushadani vesanam. So food and drug interaction was well established in Ayurveda, and even food and quantity and quality concerned, and even takrapana, amrusamana we claim, but whenever we manage a disease, which type of prakriti he is having and which type of this buttermilk is to be administered. And even langanam paramaushadhan we say, and what type of langana is meant for this particular person. So that also taken into account. And even drinking water, when, which water, how much, and which stage of water is to be used. But that's why Ushnodaka has been highlighted, and even in Charaka Chikitsa Sthana, in Jalapan also it is highlighted. Okay. What happened? Hey, what happened? Okay. Okay, no problem. Okay. Rather than I display it, no problem. Now you do your work. Okay. Now whatever the factors I have mentioned there, including music, so including food habits, and okay. So this slide is most important for our younger generation, not for the learned scholar or legendaries over here, because they know better than me. So it is only for student community, because Ayurveda, the greatest contribution of Ayurveda is a holistic approach. Everywhere we plan this holistic approach, everywhere, even in this Dr. Joshi and Dr. Raghunandan is sitting over here. And all over the world, people will accept Ayurveda as a holistic approach. So why holistic approach is required? Even in clinical practice, we have to think. It is like a double-edged blade, hurry, anxiety and tension. So one way at macro level, poor anorexia, poor appetite, consumption of nutrition or food and this quantity and quality of food, and immunity will be lost and disease. At micro level, in Ayurveda also it is mentioned, psychological, physical, psychological. Daihika, manasika, daihika. So at micro level, these psychological contribute for bad mood, and this endorphin, dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, hormonal imbalance, and immunity will be lost and disease. So that's why in Ayurveda, most of the diseases are mentioned based on psychosomatic. So that's why we have to plan accordingly. And what is mentioned for therapeutical use concerned, need-based. One is swastasya swastarakshanam, second is aturasya beshajam. And to maintain equilibrium or to maintain immunity, we need to maintain total health, we need this therapeutic, either drug therapy or non-drug therapy. And aturasya beshajam is this, to manage the disease, we need drug therapy and non-drug therapy. And to maintain these all activities, so what our pioneer scientists have mentioned is, think on body, mind, medicine and pathya. And when you think about this body, mind, pathya and this medicine, so accordingly we have to plan in our clinical trials, and the data must be documented well. So for this, executing this Yukta Ahara, युक्त ahara, yukta vihara, yukta vichara. Why I mentioned yukta vichara means you are treating blood pressure, it's a hypertension case. And he must have positive attitude, not negative attitude. And he must be having classical and this melodious music, not rock or jazz or disco music. So that's why music and even this vichara, that is thinking positively, is most important. And why we are paying more importance now to Ayurvedic diet concern, our pioneer, almost all the scientists have strongly advocated that food as a medicine. Food as a medicine. We have forgotten this and neglected in clinical trials. So if you forget this food as a medicine, then you will consume medicines as a food. You might have already, all of you might have experienced it. So patients will be prescribed around 10 to 13 medicines, and patient will be eating only this medicine, and the patient says, sir, more medicine I am consuming, that's why I don't have any good appetite. Okay. And we have to think about this Acharya Rasayana. This is the greatest contribution of Charaka in Rasayana, Acharya Rasayana. And music. Can human being, see, our Indian scientists only proved in America, European university, that music contribute a lot for better growth of the plant and even yield from the animals. And even now, they are paying more importance towards the going for research with a different music, like, see, rap music, pop music, classical music, and with a random 2 minutes of pause. See, breathing, heart rate, blood pressure, and with lovely music, hard breathing rates and blood pressure increase, and slow music and melodious music has brought down this blood pressure and heart rate and this breathing. So, like this, many studies have been conducted, how cortisol, which are the music contribute to increase the cortisol and adrenaline in the body, and which are the music or ragas brings down. So that's a music is also most important, because you are prescribed medicine to control blood pressure. But that yesterday, horrible music was here. So I sat outside. So because of that music, your heart rate will be increased, your blood pressure will be increased. So many times you have seen heart attack with this pop and this jazz music. So that's why, for which purpose you are prescribing medicine, and what factors are to be taken into account to get better result. Okay, scope of establishing proper evidence data needs to be addressed and taken into account these all factors for better clinical research, and we can explore Ayurvedic formulation, Ayurvedic concept, and Ayurvedic greatness to the other part of the world than India. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. If I exceeded my time more than 20 minutes, I beg pardon for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable and knowledgeable lecture, sir. So, now we come to our third esteemed keynote lecture. I request Dr. Raj Narayan ji to please deliver his lecture on nutraceuticals, importance of vegetables and their use in human disease protection. And before we start the proceedings, the presentation, I would like to introduce him to you. Professor Dr. Raj Narayan ji, he is a postgraduate from NDUAT Kumarganj, Ayodhya, PhD Horticulture from YSP UHF Solan, and he is having more than 7 years experience as assistant professor as SQUAST ke Shalimar Srinagar, 6 years as senior scientist at KVK CCARI Goa, more than 3 months as professor and head horticulture, vegetarian and floriculture, BAU, Sabaur, Bhagalpur, and presently he is posted as head division of horticulture and fertilization, floriculture, as ICAR Kairi Sri Vijayapuram. Sir.
Sir, you have strengthened the germplasm with the establishment of the mother blocks of various fruit crops, established rain power harvesting, ponds, micro irrigation system, established polyhouses, and many more such innovations you have undergone. And you have more than 275 publications, including 75 research papers, 55 popular articles, 50 abstracts, 6 books, 13 book chapters, 20 extension bulletins, folders, leaflets, 25 training lectures, and you have been awarded as Best National KVK Award, Best KVK Professional Award, Best Fieldwork Award, Young Scientist Award, Outstanding Achievement Awards, and you have been the chairman or member in seminars, advisory and editorial boards in 5 reputed magazines, member of SLEC Nursery Accreditation, and the selection committee of RA and SRF. So this way you have very vast extraordinary research exposure, sir. We would be certainly benefited by your lecture today. I request you to please start your presentation. Thank you, sir, and please abide by the timings, sir. A humble request,
Yeah.
20 minutes, sir. Yes, thank you very much, sir.
So, thanks for introducing me. Actually, whatever duty has been assigned to me, I try to complete with zeal and professionalism. And thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, respected chairman of this session, co-chairman, coordinator, co-coordinators, and eminent personality, doctors, professors, sitting on the dais and off the dais. Actually, I feel कि I am little bit off type for this seminar because I am from horticulture and vegetable science. But later on, I think I will take 1 or 2 minutes for this. And later on, I think that after listening this 2 days deliberations, I think no, the Honorable Vice Chancellor and organizing committee selected me rightly. I am not of type. If yesterday in some deliberations, and we also heard earlier also that glass is filled with half filled water and half with airs, gaseous. So like that I am. Matlab I feel, not I am, I feel like that. This glass is filled, and Ayurveda and agriculture, that is counterpart. The coins, another side of the coin, because 90% of medicines are prepared from agricultural crops. That's either medicinal aromatic plants or other crops. So in this, I think I am on right platform at right time. But my experience in this field is zero. So that this Ayurveda science is zero, but whatever I did, and I have the knowledge, gathered the knowledge from here and there, and I worked, that I am going to present here with the permission of our chairman and others. So, sir, actually, this if we see the treatment, our previous speakers have already told that holistic way we should work, that holistic way is, and that should be for Ayurveda treatment. Holistic way, I think, food at right time, in right way, and right quantity, and exercise, climate, these all are working for making the body healthy, and ultimately healthy body give you the performance. So no doubt little bit that we have God blessed us whole this nature, especially our country, with plenty of flora and fauna. Still we have the problems. Many problems are there, challenges are there, but related to this seminar, conference, this health is the greatest challenge for us, because that is maybe due to people are nowadays, including myself, we are more relied on medicine, but our taking the medicine, maybe due to busy schedule whatsoever, but we are not going to change our food habit. Tradition, going back to the pavilion means traditional food habits. We should follow the, if we are following the traditional food habit, traditional medicine like Ayurveda, and traditional system of living lifestyle, then that some such type of problems I think will not be appeared, that is health problem. And for that many challenges, every challenges have the solutions also, like that we have mentioned related to agriculture and other, but for health that nutritional security is more important, or for nutritional security that will only can achieve through the food, and food is that especially of vegetable and fruits, from which discipline I am associated. So, like little bit history, our country as far as hunger index is concerned, global hunger index is concerned, our country stand at ranks at 105th out of 127. It is the serious and serious thing. So we must think hunger is also associated with the illness. That's why we must think as a agriculturist, we are working on that. We achieve the food security, but still hidden hunger is there, and that hidden hunger is more associated with the disease elements. So to overcome this hidden hunger, we have to go for, especially for inclusion of more fruits and vegetables in our daily diet. And hidden hunger mainly that population of worldwide, that iron, zinc, iodine, selenium. These are the major nutrients which are deficient. We are deficient in these nutrients. Besides calcium, magnesium, copper are also deficient. They are also common deficient elements. And for that, again we can say we should intake more and more vegetable and fruits, especially, including other. So for overall health and wealth, that we should have the balanced diet. Balanced diet not only inclusive of fruits and vegetables, that inclusive of cereals, pulses, all seeds, vegetable, fruits, egg, meat, or their fishes or their substitute. So this only can give the make we people as ailment free. So these are the different nutrients as our agriculture commodities are processing, and as far as broadly in 2009 he identified 22 minerals elements, which all elements are processed by one or another crops or vegetable or fruits. And for that, if we can get these elements from, especially from vegetable and fruits, and particularly vegetables. So if we see how we are important here, because these are the horticultural commodities, different type of fruits, different type of plantation crops, vegetables, many types of vegetables are there. Around worldwide, more than 400 vegetables are being cultivated commercially and using by the different type of populace. So these some type of, and medicinal aromatic plants also falls under the horticulture crops, and spices and condiments. So, but as far as nutrition point of view, these vegetables are classified into green vegetable, red vegetable, yellow orange vegetables, white vegetables, and blue and purple vegetables. That we will discuss in coming slide. And many other type of vegetable, fruits vegetables, pods vegetable, leafy vegetables, roots and tuber vegetables, bulbous vegetables. These are many more vegetables are. Besides, we have the mushroom are also used as a vegetable, drumstick, cattail, and all things. So these vegetables have the importance in not only nutritional nutraceutical security, but it's a food security, because calorie rich
foods are there like tuber crops, potato, yam, and our colocasia, many are there. Employment generation, vegetables, because more employment are we can get from vegetable cultivation. Day to day work is there, many type of, sometimes weeding, sometimes hoeing, sometimes planting and like that. So more employment opportunities are there in vegetable. Income ultimately, income also, so if we compare with cereals and pulses, then vegetables are giving 2 to 3 times more income. But if we are going for off-season or protect cultivation, that then 5 to 6, even 8 times incomes are there. And ultimately, if nutraceutical values is there in vegetables and fruits also. And if we in taking the balanced diet and full of nutrients, whatever required, then ultimately we will be healthy. And besides flowering elements as well as aesthetic value is also there of vegetables. So again, this importance of vegetable, nutritional point of view, pharmaceutical point of view, and to protective value are also there because they possessing nutrition and phytochemicals. That's again medicinal value because ultimately if we are getting the recommended dose of recommended nutrition and phytonutrient we are getting through vegetables, then definitely our immunity will increase, our disease will decrease. Like that, medicinal value is there, and leafy vegetable generally possessing more water than there are, so that blood pressure, kidney, many problems, whatever, they can be protect. Cure, we can't say that can be cured, but that can be protect if we are taking the vegetables and flowers. So health benefits already we have discussed. I will not take much more time because you are stalwart, you all know how nutrients are playing the role in making our body healthy. So if we see how much, as far as if one person using that required 2000 kilocalorie energy, then we have to take 250 grams of cereal, 400 grams of vegetable, 100 grams of fruit, 85 grams of pulses or eggs and flesh food, and 35 grams of nuts and seeds, and 25 grams of fats or oil. But ICMR in general recommended 300 gram vegetable one should take intake per day, and that for adult of which around 125 grams leafy vegetables and 100 grams of root and tubers vegetables and 75 grams of other vegetables, and these all vegetable possessing macro and micro nutrients like carbohydrate, protein, fat, vitamins and minerals, and besides, more importantly for the health point of view, antioxidant, biflavonoids and flavonoids. So this salad also, that's much more important, because if salad we are taking, because if we are boiling the vegetables or we are cooking the vegetables, many nutrients we are spoiling and losing. That's why we should include salad in our food to make our body healthy. But here we can say nowadays, if chemical farming, through chemical farming, whatever we are getting, if suppose farmer, there are some waiting period for, if we apply spray or apply fungicide, at least 7 to 10 days waiting period should be there. But farmers, whether they are harvesting immediate after spraying or day after the spraying, and in insecticide 15 to 30 days waiting period depending upon the strength of the insecticide. So that this, if they are harvesting after 2-3 days, that is more hazardous. So in taking the salad, raw salad, it may be harmful also. So we should keep in mind whether when it is harvested, whether so that if we are taking organically produced salad, that will be more beneficial for our body. So one more thing, health is not concerned only one vegetable or one vayu compound, but that is more than one vayu compound, and more vegetables should be included in our daily diet, and because one vegetable may be rich source of calcium, another may be rich source of vitamin A, another rich source of antioxidant. That's why we should have the diversity of vegetables and fruits in our daily diet. We will do other, besides other food items. That sir has also told, my previous speaker have also told that food should be as medicine. That great physician, Hippocrates, he is the father of medicine. He told that let food be your medicine. This philosophy behind of this his statement is focus on prevention. If we are taking the food, definitely we prevent our disease. If we in taking our diet with full of vegetable and fruits and other food items required for balanced diet. So, if we see, still Ayurveda, like from ancient time, our Ayurveda is working and still is working, and it will be working future too. The Ayurveda will never be die. I think so, because still 2/3 of bird population relies on healing power of plant-based material, and plant-based material healing power is used in Ayurveda science. So it has great scope, and it will be carry forward for generation after generation, and it only the way to make the healthy environment. I am telling because that if we are producing the crops organically and we are not manufacturing chemical medicines also destroying the environment, not only our body environment but outside environment also. So it has the great scope, and it will be continue also. So this nutraceutical that आप लोग सब जानते हैं that is given, this pharmaceutical term is that nutraceutical term is coined with the nutrition and pharmaceutical. It is given by the Dr. Stephen Leaf Ellis. So pharmaceutical, drug which is used for treatment, and nutraceutical with nutrient which used for prevention of the ailments, diseases. So this is the concept: nutrition, which is required for health, and pharmaceutical, which is required for sickness, and that's both coined called nutraceutical. And many importance of nutraceutical is there: improve health, delay aging, prevent chronic diseases like that, and this nutraceutical mainly consists of nutrient, which are vitamins, mineral, amino acids, etc., and herbal, the herbs and botanical, which Ayurveda science is using, and dietary supplement like probiotic, prebiotic, antioxidant, enzyme, etc. And keeping the importance of nutraceutical, we can see here the market of this nutraceutical in worldwide, it is increased. Since 2012, if we see, it was only 1.11 billion INR, and now it is reached to 650, more than 650 billion INR. So these other key nutraceutical importance, antioxidant property they having, fiber content are there, cardiovascular benefits and cancer prevention, and anti-inflammatory effects also there in nutraceutical. And this is the pyramid for which the vegetables, from vegetables, or we can say balanced diet, which inclusive of vegetables. This is the pyramids that in this through vegetables we are intaking 55% energy, getting 55% energy, and for bodybuilding that's fat and peas and beans that 20% we are including, and protective function that tomatoes, water, lycopene, antioxidant, dominating vegetables that 15% we are including, and regulatory functioning that leafy vegetable etc. 10% we are including our daily diet, and nutritional status that depend upon the how much nutrient we are intaking and how much requirement against the requirement, and what are the ability of our body to digest or absorb the nutrient. That's decide the nutritional status of the body, and these are the different diseases we can prevent through the vegetables. Most of diseases we can prevent through the vegetables: eyes, acidity, blood pressure, even sugar and diabetes, hypertension, many more. Now some crop-specific deficiencies, consequences in human health that we are presenting. So these are the different elements that here we are mentioning only whatever vegetables are rich source of that supports carbohydrate. These all the root vegetables are rich source of the carbohydrate, and for protein that peas and beans, these are the rich source of, and fiber, potato, chili, beans, and drumstick are also even, and leafy vegetable are also for vitamin A. These basala, domestic, carrot, etc. They are the resource of the vitamin A, like by vitamin B, vitamin B2. These different vegetables here we are mentioning, but time is short, so I am going to complete within a time. And all you can see here one or another vegetables, or more than one or two vegetables, they are rich source of one or another minerals or vitamins and other nutrients. Here you can say these are the different, even B6, B7, B9, B12 also nowadays, B12, everybody, most of people are suffering from B12, so we have the vegetables which can give you the B12 vitamins, like vitamin C. It is the immunity boosting vitamin C that vegetable are possessing. Vitamin E, vitamin K, calcium for bone strength, like iron, that is more important, especially in our country and other countries, iron deficiency is prominent, as we seen in that in previous slides also. Potassium is very good for blood pressure. Like for color pigmentation, that tomato is a source of lycopene, carrot and beta carotene. These are the antioxidant, and chlorophyll, broccoli and others are anthocyanin, that red cabbage and other red type of vegetables. So these are the some compounds here need not to discuss. Vegetable compounds, various compound antioxidant, and this flavonoids, bioflavonoids. Many vegetables are possessing these bioflavonoids, antioxidants, which are curing elements for the disease, very serious diseases like cancer, blood pressure, diabetes, and all things. So this coal crops, sulfur is rich, that onion and garlic rich in sulfur, and bitter gourd that rich in polypeptide P, which control the blood sugar. Even garlic also control the blood sugar. So this is the some vegetables we have mentioned here, how much anthocyanin are present in red cabbage, radish, onion, eggplants, etc. So these are the crop-specific nutraceutical related health benefits we are here. Green vegetables, they are the good source of chlorophyll, fiber, like lecithin, etc., calcium, and they reduce the cancer risk and lower the blood pressure and LDL cholesterol. Likewise, other benefits are also there for of green vegetables, like white vegetables. They are rich source of the beta-glucans and lignans, etc., and they provide a powerful immune system. Like that, they are the natural killer of V and T cells, which reduce the risk of colon cancer that like red vegetable, they are good source of the antioxidant, lycopene, etc. And they are also preventing the cancer. And yellow and orange vegetable, they have also good values for the remedial values of different ailments. And blue and purple vegetables, they also have the very remedial values of the different ailments. And these are the, again, we are individual crop wise we have mentioned what are the compound available in these vegetables. They are rich in these such type of compound which are playing the preventive role for disease prevention. So this onion, garlic, leek, asparagus, yam, likewise broccoli, cabbage, cauliflower, Brussels sprout, pumpkin, watermelon, bitter gourd. And time is very short, so that's just I am passing, and that's if anybody required that I will give this. This is uploaded here, PowerPoint that can be circulated. So brinjal, cowpea, coriander, many vegetable seeds, and this is the studies done by different scientists who they have find out what vegetable, how much vegetable is required, and which vegetable is good for which type of ailment. So these many things are there, and not to discuss. Again, solution for micronutrients. This I will take 2-3 minutes more. There are mainly 4 ways, because micronutrients and nutrients, phytonutrients, we have the sufficient quantity or we intaking in sufficient quantity, then we can prevent our body from different diseases. So what are the general ways? How can we? So that for the generally 4 primary ways: biofortification. Biofortification, that lecture tomorrow one Kaji scientist will give on biofortification, that whatever many vegetables, suppose rice or suppose potato, these are not rich of iron and rich of vitamin A. Then nowadays the variety are breeding, which are possessing, which are they will develop for the inculcating the including the high value of nutrients like vitamin A or iron or zinc. So other is dietary diversity. Definitely we have told dietary diversity of food fortification, like we are taking many biscuits and chocolates which are rich in different and supplementation, medicinal supplement, B complex, and these such type of capsule and injection are available, and doctors also recommended such type of this supplementation. And homestead and nutrition garden, that is the most important way that all should have the homestead and nutritional garden, so that you can take the vegetable from your home garden or fruits from your home garden, and you will not be worried about whether it is chemically produced or not, because you are producing. So that this is the important way. And for homestead, that we can say that ensure the live more, learn more, and say more. So with this, initially I have told that eat at the right food, eat the right food, eat the right amount, eat at the right time. That will make us the healthy. And these are I am thankful to different authors, researchers who have researched on this, and I have compiled. And with this, conclusively, we can say this: the joint venture of medical, especially Ayurvedic science, and agriculture, especially horticulture, and more so fruits and vegetable science, will pave the health security. And more importantly, they have preventive and protective values against the various ailments. And further, the diversified system inclusive of diverse fruits and vegetable has enormous potential to enhance resilience and the nutritional, medicinal, and the economical insecurity of the people, especially of rural people, and need to work in holistic way, as our previous speaker also told. And so with this, and more importantly, we can say that Ayurveda is also required huge extension. Like in our agriculture sector nowadays, outscaling of natural farming is very much popularizing by the government or institutions. Likewise, there is some projects or line of action should be there from government side that outscaling of Ayurveda science should be there so that our country will be healthy without any reverse effect or ill effects. So with this, I must thank to our Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university, because he make the glass full filled with half filled with water and half filled with gaseous, and I am, I think, gaseous one agriculture sector, because these are the two parts of one coin. And I wholeheartedly thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Professor Vaid Pradeep Kumar Prajapati ji and organizers of this seminar, and because they have agreed to include me, and all our chairmen of this session, co-chairmen, and audience for patience hearing. And thank you very much once again. Thanks a lot. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I invite our next speaker, Dr. P.A.N.G. Pereira. Her lecture is on extraction techniques in herbal drug standardization. Her introduction, I would like to introduce her with you. She is the senior lecturer of the Department of Draviga Vigyan and Swasthya, Faculty of Indigenous Medicine, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. She obtained BAMS as her basic degree with first class honors from Gampha Vikramarchi Ayurveda Institute, University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka, and has completed MSc in Food Science and Technology with a merit pass at the University of Sri Jayawardhanepura, Sri Lanka. Moreover, Dr. Nadi Pereira was able to obtain MD Ayurveda in the stream of Draviga Vigyan from ITRA, Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar, India. She has the clinical exposure of 5 years with her first appointment as an Ayurveda medical officer in the government sector of Sri Lanka. After joining as a lecturer to the Faculty of Indigenous Medicine, she has engaged in teaching and research related to Draviga Vigyan, Vaishajya Kalpana, food science, food and nutrition, pharmacognosy, pharmacovigilance and drug safety, ethnomedicine, ethnopharmacology, phytochemistry, herbal product development, standardization, traditional medicine, and Ayurveda medicine. Dr. Pereira has published approximately 20 abstracts in different local and international symposia proceedings, while publishing 6 research papers in reputed journals over the short course of her career to date. Further, she is extending her service as a resource person for the awareness programs, TV broadcast, and symposia in relation to aforementioned fields. I invite Dr. Pereira to please move forward with her presentation. Thank you very much. And
Thank you
please,
very much.
please stick to the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, sir. With the permission of the chairperson, sir, and the dignitaries, first of all, I would like to be thankful for inviting me and giving this opportunity in this to deliver a speech in this prestigious conference. So today's my topic is extraction techniques in herbal product standardization. These are the overview of my the topics of the overview. Introduction to the topic, source of herbal products, before selecting an appropriate extraction method, what we have to do, and what are the conventional methods of extractions and modern extraction techniques. And I'm not I'm not hope to go further, because already eminent speakers have been gone through all these kind of parameters, and this is the WHO listed parameters that we have to follow under the standardization procedures. So, and when we considering about these parameters, actually the extraction techniques must, because some of the physicochemical parameters and some of the phytochemical parameters also needed such type of extractions. So that's why actually I have chosen this topic, even though we think that is not that much important, but it is really important because we have to know the conventional techniques as well as the modern techniques with the aim of making extractions related to plant materials. So first of all, we should know what are the sources of herbal products. So I'm not going to elaborate all these things. However, the plant materials are the main source of herbal products. It is obvious. And apart from that, microbes. We know some of the microbes are specially relevant in the, especially we are considering in relation to the plant kingdom. And also marine sources. It is less considerable area, but it is one of the most important area that we are not giving such an importance, but it should be further researched. And due to limited time, I will be proceeding. Before selecting an appropriate extraction method, first of all, we should be considered what is the plant material, and it should be authenticated. As you all know, that it can be correlated with under Besaja Pariksha Vidhi. There is in that shloka it is mentioned evam prakritim. So actually by the name and by the form we have to be identified what is the authenticated plant material, and with the aim of that we need to be authenticated the particular plant material that we are going to do the research on. And apart from that, use the right plant part is also very important for the purpose of quality control. And also record the age of the plant, collection time, season, all of these are coming under Besaja Pariksha Vidhi. As you can remember in Charaka Sutrasthan, Charaka Vimanasthan. And then we have to remove or eliminate the foreign matter. And conditions used for drying the plant materials also exclusively depend on the nature of its chemical constituents. So hot or cold blowing airflow for dyeing is generally preferred, and grinding methods should be specified, and techniques that generate that should be avoided much as possible, because generated heat can be spoil the micro constituents or chemical constituents within that particular plants. Powdered plant materials should be passed through suitable sieves to get the required particle size of uniform size. We know what is the importance of the particle size especially. And when we come into consider about the nature of constituents, if the therapeutic value lies in non-polar constituents, a non-polar solvent must be used. Otherwise, you can't extract that particular chemical constituent into that solvent. And if the constituents are thermolabile, extraction methods like cold maceration, percolation are preferred. For thermostable constituents, oxide extraction, but we should be considered if it is non-aqueous solvent. And decoction, if water is the menstruum, here menstruum is the solvent, water is useful. So the suitable precaution should be taken when dealing with constituents that degrade while being kept in organic solvents. We can take flavonoids as examples, and in case of hot extraction, higher than required temperature should be avoided. It is obvious because some glycosides are likely to break upon continuous exposure to higher temperatures. And standardization of time of extraction is also important, as insufficient time means we know incomplete extraction. If the extraction time is longer, what can be happen? Unwanted constituents may also be extracted. And for example, if tea is boiled further for a long time, tannins are extracted from that particular tea leaves, and it impart astringency within that solvent. The number of extractions required for complete extraction is as important as the duration of each extraction. These two are similarly important. Water quality or menstruum should be specified and controlled. And concentration and drying procedure should ensure the safety and stability of the active constituents. Drying under reduced pressure, we can take rotary evaporators like machines, or freeze drying for aqueous extracts is widely used. The design and material of fabrication of the extract are also to be considered. It is also very important. Analytical parameters of the final extract, such as TLC, thin layer chromatography, and high performance liquid chromatography, fingerprints should be documented to monitor the quality of different batches of the extracts. So this is the scheme of steps involved in the extraction process. You can see the extraction, filtration, and drying are the main processes. So process parameters affecting solid liquid extraction. What are the process parameters affecting solid liquid extraction? These are the main parameters, but I am not going to explain about all these parameters, but I will take two of the important parameters. First one is post-harvest processing, matrix characteristics, choice of solvent, method of contact, temperature of extraction, number of washers, condition for extraction, like agitation, I think you all know. And from that parameters, I have taken first post-harvest processing. Drying of the herbs in shade in a thin layer is generally preferred. We all know that. It is called shade dry. And some medicinal plants lose their active constituents if exposed to direct sunlight for a long period. That's why it is needed to be dried under shade. For drying large quantities of plant material, a hot air drying oven is used where material can be placed on a large number of trays stacked over each other. Oven temperature must be kept at a safe level so as not to damage the active constituents of the medicinal plant. It should be in a safe level, an optimum level actually. Plant samples, usually leaves and stems, are left in a shaded, airy place at ambient temperature, as I mentioned earlier. The method of drying the plant material largely depends on the active ingredients it contains, because we have to select the method according to the chemical constituents within the particular plant material. Otherwise, it can be decomposed. If the plant material is a source of flavonoid compound, drying at high temperature can be used, even up to 100 degrees Celsius and 180 degrees Celsius. Applying a high drying temperature commonly leads to the loss of volatile compound, and additionally, high drying temperature could promote the degradation of heat-labile compounds in the specially essential oil. So grinding of plant material means mechanically breaking down leaves, roots, seeds, or other parts of a plant into small units, ranging from larger coarse fragments to fine powder. Actually, I have mentioned all these things within the slide because if something is missed, then it would be a great impact. So that's why. So the next point I want to emphasize is solvents of extraction. The choice of solvent depends on these particular categories: type of plant, part of the plant to be extracted, nature of the bioactive compounds, availability of the solvent. So the polar solvents such as water, methanol, and ethanol are used in the extraction of polar compounds. I already mentioned it previously. And non-polar solvents such as hexane and dichloromethane are used in the extraction of non-polar compounds. So This is another story actually during the things that we have to follow during fractionation. But I am not elaborating all these things. However, it has been mentioned here the polarity of these particular solvent, the lower polarity to the higher polarity. The other thing is factors to be considered in selecting solvents of extraction. Selectivity should be there, the ability of a solvent to extract the active constituent and leave the inert material, and safety must be there. We all know earlier we have used benzene, but now we don't use benzene as an extraction material. Why? Because it is not safe, and it is explorable, and also it is not safe to use. And the cost, it should be cost effective. And reactivity, the suitable solvent for extraction should not react with the extract. If it is react with the extract, then the extraction is not usable. So the solvent of extraction should be quickly recovered and separated from the extract. When we consider about the viscosity, it should be very low, because low viscosity allows ease of penetration. And boiling temperature, solvent boiling temperature should be as low as possible, because if the boiling temperature of the solvent is low, then fastly it can be evaporated, and it prevents the degradation by heat. These are the conventional herbal products extraction techniques that we have used to follow. Maceration, infusion, decoction, percolation, reflux method, especially as a hot continuous extraction, and Soxhlet extraction, steam distillation and hydrodistillation. Here steam distillation and hydrodistillation is used for extracting essential oils, basically. When it comes to the maceration process, coarsely powdered drug material is placed inside a container, and the menstruum is poured on top until it completely covers the drug material. Here menstruum is the solvent. The container is closed and kept for at least 3 days. Then the content should be stirred periodically, and if it is a bottle, then it should be shaken. At the end of the extraction, the micelle is separated from the marc by filtration or decantation. Subsequently, the micelle is then separated from the menstruum, that is a solvent, by evaporation in an oven or on top of a water bath. So it is suitable for thermal labile plant material, especially maceration process. About infusion, we know pant and hema. We can say those are the preparations that we can correlate with infusion. The drug material is ground into powder and then placed inside a clean container. And the extraction solvent, hot or cold, it can be hot or cold, is then poured on top of the drug material, soaked and kept for a short period. Similar as pant and hema. This method is suitable for the extraction of bioactive constituents that are readily soluble. In addition, it is an appropriate method for the preparation of fresh extract just before use. The solvent to sample ratio is usually depending on the intended use. It is important. And decoction. We all are knowing what are the decoctions, so I'm not going to explain it further. But the main thing is the ratio of water to crude drug is usually 4:1, 8:1, and in Sri Lanka we use 16:2. That is a traditional method of preparing decoction. And these are the pictures of decoction, infusion and macerations. When it comes to the percolation process, you can see the percolator in the picture. The apparatus is used in this process is called percolator. It is narrow cone-shaped glass vessel with opening at both ends. Dried, ground and finely powdered plant material is moistened. First we have to moisten with the extraction solvent in a clean container. Then more quantity of solvent then added, and the mixture is kept for a period of 4 hours. Subsequently, the content is then transferred into the percolator. Not previously we can't transfer it into a percolator, but it should be kept in a container. Then after transferring, with the lower end closed and allowed to stand for a period of 24 hours. That is 1 day. The solvent poured from the top until the drug material is completely saturated. The lower part of the percolator is then open and the liquid is allowed to drip slowly. The gravitational force pushing the solvent through the drug material downward. So that is the mechanism that we can explain under the percolation procedure. The addition of solvent must be stopped when the volume of solvent reaches 75% of the intended quantity of the entire preparation. The extract is separated by filtration followed by decantation. So this is the this is the brief introduction of the percolation. And when it comes to the Soxhlet extraction, you can see the apparatus, Soxhlet apparatus. It is a continuous hot extraction. You can see the Soxhlet extractor. It is made up of round bottom glass, and it is a glass container, and there's a condenser. A dried, ground and newly powdered plant material is placed inside porous bag, which is called thimble. Sometimes this thimble is made up of cellulose, because we all know that is porous. So that's why it is made up of cellulose-like materials. Or we can made up it with a strong filter paper, and it should be tightly closed. The extraction solvent is poured into the round bottom flask, followed by the thimble into the extraction. Then the solvent is then heated from the bottom flask, evaporates and passes through the condenser, where it condenses and flows down to the extraction chamber and extract the drug by coming in contact. Consequently, when the level of solvent in the extraction chamber reaches the top of the siphon, here the siphon, this one, sixth one, siphon, the solvent and the extracted plant material flow back into the flask. The entire process continues repeatedly until the drug is completely extracted, a point when a solvent owing from the extraction chamber does not leave any residue behind. This method is suitable for plant material that is partially soluble in the chosen impurities. However, it is not a suitable method for thermolabile plant material, because we know it is heated by the heating mantle. So what are the advantages and disadvantages of this Soxhlet extraction? Advantages: the displacement of transfer equilibrium by repeatedly bringing fresh solvent into contact with the solid matrix and maintaining a relatively high extraction temperature with heat from the distillation flask. It is also an advantage. That further filtration is not needed. It is also an advantage. And what are the disadvantages? Agitation cannot be done. It is impossible in this procedure. The possibility of thermal decomposition of the target compounds cannot be ignored, as the extraction usually occurs at the boiling point of the solvent for a long time. So this is the reflux method. The reflux method is also solid liquid extraction method, similar to the Soxhlet apparatus. It is a process in which the plant sample is repeated at a constant temperature. It is in the constant temperature with the boiling solvent for a certain period of time without loss of solvent. The plant sample and solvent are placed in glass flask, and condenser is placed on the glass flask, as you can see in the picture. This device vaporizes the solvent and then condenses it. Reflux extraction is widely used in the herbal industry because it is practical, efficient and also cost effective. So extraction of essential oils, actually we are following distillation method for that purpose. The first one is the hydrodistillation. This is the previously used method and older method. And I'm not going to explain it further because time is much limited. And this is the steam distillation. Actually, the main difference in between these two is when hydrodistillation is performed, you can see there's a water matrix here. With, these are petals of flowers, and then heat is given and it vaporizes, and after that it coming through the condenser, then separate into water and essential oil. That is the hydrodistillation. This is the previously used method, an older method. But nowadays we are using steam distillation. See, here plant materials are, steam supply is given to the plant material directly, not in a water matrix. And it vaporizes and then coming through the condenser, the hot water is coming out, and then it's separated into water and the essential oil. But we need to know what are the advantages of steam distillation. The process produces goods that are free of organic solvents. So it is a very important thing, and separation stages beyond that aren't required. Has a considerable processing capacity at the industrial level, and it is in reasonable price and saves fuel also. Advantages of steam distillation over hydrodistillation. It gives higher oil yield, and components of the volatile oil are less susceptible to hydrolysis and polymerization. If refluxing is controlled, then the loss of polar compound is minimized. Oil quality produced by steam distillation is more reproducible. It is also an important thing. Steam distillation is faster than water distillation or hydrodistillation, so it is more energy efficient. We know what are the disadvantages associated with conventional extraction techniques. Prolonged extraction time is there, substantial amounts of solvents, and at times many extractions must be conducted. Significant amounts of thermolabile phytochemicals turn out to be either decomposed or degraded during heating. However, these extraction techniques are still used to extract fragrance and aroma oils from plants due to their simplicity. And these are the modern extraction techniques: microwave assisted extraction, ultrasound assisted extraction, and supercritical fluid extraction. So we will see one by one. Microwave assisted extraction, the apparatus is same, but here the only difference is we use microwave energy to generate heat directly within the solvent, enabling rapid destruction of cell walls and extraction of intracellular substances in a shorter time compared to conventional approaches. So as a consequence, extraction yield is increased, whereas time and solvent consumption are decreased. See here, ultrasound assisted extraction. This is a sonicator. So ultrasound can generate cavitation with that particular frequency, sound frequencies, and vibration, crushing, and mixing effects in media, which break cell walls, reduce particle size, and enhance reaction rates through improved mass transfer. This method is effectively applied in natural product extraction, often without altering the structure and function of the extracts, especially structure and the function of the chemical constituent which is in that particular plant part. So this is the function of that sonicator. So supercritical fluid extraction, you can see how it is going on, and we use supercritical of carbon dioxide to generate energy here. And these are my references that I followed to prepare this presentation. And I would like to be thankful for the esteemed guests, distinguished dignitaries, and especially our VC sir and Dr. Manisha ji and the team for inviting us here for this prestigious conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks for your nice lecture and distinguished lecture. Now, very first, I would like to request our chairperson to please felicitate Dr. B. Ravishankar ji, as he has to move early. Thank you, sir. I would like to request our guest of honor, Professor Mahesh Sharma ji, sir, to please his expert comments.
नमस्कार। वैसे तो बोलना तो काफ़ी चाहते हैं हम लोग, तो अपन बोलने का ही काम करते हैं, लेकिन समय की हकीकत को देखते हुए ज़्यादा नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। सभी पेपर प्रेजेंटर्स ने बहुत अच्छा किया, सबके प्रेजेंटेशन अच्छे थे। केवल एक मामले में मैं थोड़ा सा बोलना चाहता हूँ, और वो है ये रिवर्स फार्मेकोलॉजी। रिवर्स फार्मेकोलॉजी बहुत अच्छा है। हमारे सुश्रुत संहिता ने रिवर्स फार्मेकोलॉजी के मानदंड बहुत पहले तय कर दिए हैं। सुश्रुत कहते हैं आगमेनोपयोज्यानि भेषजानि विचक्षणे, कि आपको अगर कोई भी भेषज का प्रयोग करिए आगम के साथ करिए। आगम क्या? आप्ता शिष्टा विबुद्धाश्च येषाम ज्ञानम असंशयम। आप्त के अंदर लिखा है जो ज्ञान वृद्ध हो, वयोवृद्ध हो। लेकिन जो आदमी, मैंने इस मामले में करीब 7 हर्ब्स जो ऐसी है जो हमारे कहीं भी रेफरेंस नहीं है, अनुक्त द्रव्यों में आती है, उन पर एमडी करवाई है। उनमें से 4 तो फार्माकोपिया में आ भी गई। तो हमने इसी चीज़ को फॉलो किया कि भाई आप्त क्या हो सकता है। आज के युग में अगर एक अच्छे इंडेक्स जर्नल में किसी आर्टिकल को पब्लिश हुआ है और वो ऑथर ये कह रहा है कि मैंने एनिमल ट्रायल पर ये प्लांट का किया, और वो प्लांट हमारे दैट प्लांट इज़ नॉट इंक्लूडेड इन आवर एंशिएंट टेक्स्ट, देन दिस इज़ आल्सो ए आप्त। वो हमारे लिए आप्त है। एक आदमी दूर बैठा हुआ आदिवासी इन फॉरेस्ट हु इज सिटिंग इन रिमोट एरियाज एंड यूजिंग सम हर्ब्स फॉर क्योरिंग द पीपल, और उसके कोई सैकड़ों हजारों एविडेंस है, तो वो भी हमारे लिए आप्त है, क्योंकि वो ऑलरेडी हजारों लोगों को ट्रीट कर चुका। मैंने इस पर एक थीसिस करवाई वन कदली पर। वन कदली एक अलग कदली का पेड़ होता है जिसके फल में बीज पे होते हैं, और वो हमारे उदयपुर में उसका बोटेनिकल नेम याद नहीं आ रहा है, उदयपुर में एक जगह होता है। तो वहाँ का एक आदिवासी वनवासी जो है, मेल इनफर्टिलिटी को कंट्रोल करने, डेवलप करने के लिए देता था। हाँ, मेल इनफर्टिलिटी को डेवलप करने के लिए वो उसको काम में देता। तो मेरे को पता चला, तो मैंने उसको पता करवाया, सर्वे करवाया कि कितने लोगों को दिया, क्या हुआ, जिनको दिया उनसे पूछा क्या हुआ। जब ये दवाई लेने के बाद मेरे 5 साल तक बच्चे नहीं पैदा हुए, और मैंने कोई भी ऐसा कोई यूज़ नहीं किया। तो हमने फिर उस पर थीसिस करवाई, एनिमल ट्रायल करवाया। ये मैं उदयपुर में था तब की बात है। और एक जियोलॉजी के प्रोफेसर थे मई भटनागर, उनको साथ में रखा, और उससे ये हुआ कि जो रैबिट्स थे उनके स्पर्म जो है माल फॉर्मेशन हो गया, दे वर नॉट एबल टू कंसीव। उनका वो प्लांटा मेडिका में फिर मेरा पेपर पब्लिश हुआ। दूसरा मैंने करवाया विदानिया कोगुलेंस पर। विदानिया कोगुलेंस डोडा पनीर होता है जो एविडेंस में मिलता है सिंध प्रांत के अंदर, और वो मेरे पास एक पेशेंट लेके आया कि ये क्या है चीज़। मैंने कहा यार हम देखे ही नहीं पहले। तो उसने कहा साहब इसको डोडा पनीर कहते हैं। खैर ठीक है, तो मैंने फिर आइडेंटिफाई करवाया कि ये है ही क्या, कि ये विदानिया कोगुलेंस की बेरीज है। ओके, फिर ये डोडा पनीर क्यों है, तो क्योंकि ये नेटिव है सिंध प्रांत के पास। तो मैंने बूढ़े एक सिंधी सज्जन से बात की, भाई ये क्या है, तो उन्होंने कहा साहब ये हमारे यहाँ तो खूब होता है। भाई डोडा पनीर क्यों बोलते हैं, कि हम पनीर बनाने के लिए इसका पानी दूध में डाल देते हैं, इसको बंदी कर दें, और उससे पनीर बढ़िया बनता है, इसलिए इसका नाम डोडा यानी बेरीज, पनीर यानी पनीर बनाने वाला। तो फिर मैंने उसकी पता किया कि ये हाइपोग्लाइसेमिक एक्टिविटी रखता है, और उस पर थीसिस कराई और रिजल्ट बहुत अच्छे रहे। 2 थीसिस कराई, पब्लिकेशन भी किया। तो ये आप्त है, मैंने उस व्यक्ति को आप्त माना कि एविडेंस है कि काम में ले रहा है वो, तो दैट इज़ रिवर्स फार्मेकोलॉजी। फिर सुश्रुत कहता है कर्म भी तनुमीयन्ते नाना द्रव्याश्रया गुणा। आप कर्म दे दीजिए और उसके कर्म क्या हैं, एफिकेसी क्या रही, कौन से दोष को बढ़ाया, कौन से दोष को घटाया, कौन से धातु को बढ़ाया, कौन से मल को बढ़ाया, किसको घटाया, क्या रोग ठीक हुआ, ये आप एनालाइज करिए। और एनालाइज करके उसकी दोषज्ञता, उसके दोषों की कारमुकता, धातुओं पर उसकी कारमुकता, मलों पर कारमुकता, रोगों पर कारमुकता आप बाद में तय करिए, दे तो सही। तो हमें ऐसा तो कुछ तो है नहीं कि जो हम 4 फेज ऑफ डेवलपिंग द ड्रग फॉलो करें, हमारे लिए कंपल्सन नहीं है। WHO ने भी कह रखा है कि आप हर्बल पे ये कंप्लेसन नहीं है, फेज 1 और फेज 2 तो एग्जम्प्टेड है। तो इसलिए ये अच्छा है, आपने बहुत अच्छा काम किया, बहुत अच्छी बताई, लेकिन हम ऑलरेडी ये सब कर रहे हैं। हमें तो ये चाहता हूँ, मैं तो ये चाहता हूँ कि जो हमारे यहाँ लिखा है नानौषधि भूतम किंचित द्रव्यम अस्मिन् जगति, तो मैं स्टूडेंट्स को भी बोलता था इस बात का पता करो, वरना फॉरेनर्स आपकी सारी चीज़ें ले जाएंगे। कि ठीक है TKDL में कोई सारी चीज़ें तो है नहीं, लेकिन जो मैंने बताया आपको ऐसे ही वो इस पर करा एनिकोस्टेमा लेटरोल, तो एंटी मलेरियल और एंटी डायबिटिक एक्टिविटीज़ निकली है ना। इस पे क्वाड्रांगुलेरिस हड़जोड़, जब तो इसने ड्रग निकाल दी हिमालय ने हड़जोड़ के नाम से, इस पर मैंने करीब 35 साल पहले थीसिस करा दी थी बोन यूनियन के ऊपर, और अब उसने ड्रग निकाल दी है ना, साइसस क्वाड्रांगुलेरिस। फिर उस पर कराई, क्या कहते हैं, नाम याद नहीं आ रहा, और एक लड़का है समाधान कंकाल, उसको मैंने थीसिस कराई सार्कोस्टेमा एसिडम। वो एक होती है जो एंटी मलेरियल काम में लेते हैं ये भील लोग आदिवासी, तो वो मैंने पता किया कि ये इसका जूस निकाल के देते हैं, आर्थराइटिस ठीक हो जाती है। तो वो अभी समाधान कंकाल प्रिंसिपल है अकोला में, उसको मैंने थीसिस करवाई उदयपुर में करीब 35 साल पहले, एंड दैट वाज मच इफेक्टिव, वो पब्लिश भी करवाया। तो हमने कहाँ देखा, हमने ये देखा कि ये आप्त है कि नहीं, है ना, तो आगम है कि नहीं। तो सुश्रुत लिखता है आगमेनोपयोज्यानि भेषजानि विचक्षण। क्या बुद्धिमान लोगों को चाहिए कि औषध का उपयोग आगम से करें, ऐसा नहीं है येन केनापि द्रव्येन येन केनापि पेशितम यस्मै कस्मै प्रदातव्यम यद्वा तद्वा भविष्यति, ऐसा तो हम नहीं कर सकते। तो इसलिए बहुत अच्छा है, बाकी सब ने अच्छे पेपर पब्लिश करे। राजकुमार जी ने न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल्स पे किया, एंड मैडम परेरा यू आर फ्रॉम गंपा एंड वर्किंग इन कोलम्बो। Yes, I have been there in Gampua for 1.5 months, and now the nutraceuticals was very informative, और स्मॉल एनिमल्स पे ट्रायल जो आपने बोली वो भी बहुत अच्छे पेपर थे। कुल मिला के सब अच्छा, टाइम बहुत हो गया, सभी अधीर हो रहे हैं। वैसे ही हम तो सुनने वाले भी हम थे एक टाइम पे, और बोलने वाले भी हम ही थे, अभी तो थोड़े दिख रहे हैं बच्चे लोग। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। सर का बहुत वास्ट एक्सपीरियंस है सर। जैसे मैंने पहले बताया था, आप NIE डायरेक्टर रहे हैं सर, और हमारे यहाँ हमारी इंस्टीट्यूशनल एथिक्स कमेटी के चेयरमैन भी रहे हैं। कई लोगों को, कितने ही PG स्कॉलर्स को और PhD स्टूडेंट्स को आपने सुपरवाइज़ किया है सर। बहुत लंबा आपका रिसर्च एक्सपीरियंस रहा है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। मैं इसके बाद अब आमंत्रित करता हूँ चेयरपर्सन सर को कंक्लूसिव रिमार्क्स के लिए, प्रोफेसर गोविंद साय शुक्ला जी। मैं उनका एक छोटा सा ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन देना चाहूँगा। आप विश्व परिषद के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं और जयपुर से आपका ग्रेजुएशन हुआ, उदयपुर से आपने पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन किया है मदन मोहन मालवीय कॉलेज से। 26 साल का आपका अनुभव है, जिसमें आप 14 साल से प्रोफेसर हैं और करीब 26 आपने MD स्कॉलर्स को और 8 PhD स्कॉलर को गाइड किया है। आप डीन रहे हैं फैकल्टी के, आप प्रिंसिपल रहे हैं PGIA के, आप प्रोफेसर अभी HOD हैं, अभी राइट नाउ अभी रजिस्ट्रार का भी काम आपने देखा है हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी का। तो आपका बहुत लंबा एक्सपीरियंस है और इस प्रोग्राम के ऑर्गेनाइजिंग चेयरमैन भी हैं। मैं आपको कंक्लूसिव रिमार्क्स के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं सर। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद राकेश जी। जब समय कम हो तो आप ये भी कह सकते हैं कि वाइस चांसलर के अलावा सारे पदों पर काम कर लिया है इस यूनिवर्सिटी में, सारी फैकल्टी में। तो नमस्कार। और वाकिम, जैसा पूज्य गुरुदेव ने कहा कि समय को लेकर के काफ़ी अधीर हो रहे हैं। बहुत कुछ लोग तो खाना लेने के बाद में खाना खाकर भी आ गए हैं, है ना। अच्छा, आनंद जी भी है, रघुनंदन जी है, वेंकटेश जी हैं, सभी लोग, मैक्सिमम लोग। तो बहुत अच्छा इनका प्रस्तुतिकरण रहा और निश्चित रूप से यहाँ पर कम संख्या थी, लेकिन सारा रिकॉर्डिंग है और निश्चित रूप से ये विषय वस्तु जाना चाहिए। मैं तो कई बार अपना एक, अब ज़्यादा बहुत कुछ कहने के लिए समराज भी सर ने किया है, लेकिन इतना अवश्य कहता हूँ कि कल से हमने जो चर्चा की है, मैं कई बार एक बोलता हूँ कि शाश्वतम न प्रकाशतम, आयुर्वेदात्मकम ज्योति शाश्वतम न प्रकाशतम। ये कल भी था, आज भी है और कल भी रहेगा, और समसामयिक दृष्टिकोण से इस पर काम होता रहेगा, बशर्ते कि कल आनंद जी ने भी कहा था कि गजट नोटिफाई हो जाता है, 45 दिन तक जो है डोमेन में आ जाता है, पब्लिक डोमेन में, और सब आंखें बंद करके रहते हैं और बाद में कहते अरे गुरुकुलम कैसे आ गया, ये क्या हो गया। तो आज वो समय है और ये सारे का सारा जो इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस जो हमारी चल रही है, ये सब वक्ता वो वक्ता है जिनका बहुत बड़ा एक्सपीरियंस है, लेकिन आने वाले जो हमारे विद्यार्थी हैं, आने वाले हमारे जो स्टूडेंट हैं, आपको चिंतन करना होगा, आपको सोचना होगा। तो अब मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं कहना, यदि हम बहुत ज़्यादा कहेंगे तो फिर हमारा ही जो सिद्धांत है उसका अतिक्रमण होगा। काल भोजनम आरोग्य कराणाम अग्रह, जो समय पे भोजन करना चाहिए। टाइम भी हो गया, मेरे ख्याल से हमें भोजन लेना चाहिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सर। अब मैं सेशन के कंक्लूसिव में आ रहा हूँ। मैं आग्रह करूँगा हमारे चेयरपर्सन सर से कि हमारे गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर को इस प्रोग्राम का स्मृति चिन्ह के रूप में चिरस्थायी टोकन प्रदान करने का जी गुरुदेव का आशीर्वाद मिला है। मैं गुरुदेव से पुनः आग्रह करूंगा कि हमारे चेयरपर्सन सर का भी स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान कर मैं इस प्रोग्राम के ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर मनोज अतलखा जी से भी आग्रह करूंगा कि हमारे को चेयरपर्सन बाबुल अख्तर जी का स्वागत करें, स्मृति चिन्ह दे करके उनको। बाबुल अख्तर जी का परिचय मैं थोड़ा सा उसमें पूरा नहीं दे पाया। आप बांग्लादेश से पधारे हैं, मेंबर BMS कोर्सेज एंड सब कमेटी एट गवर्नमेंट यूनानी आयुर्वेदिक मेडिकल कॉलेज मीरपुर में हैं और अभी टीचर हैं वहाँ पे। प्रेजेंट पोजीशन ऑफ एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर एंड हेड एंड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ आयुर्वेदिक मेडिसिन हमदर्द यूनिवर्सिटी बांग्लादेश में और एक्स ऑनरी लेक्चर गवर्नमेंट यूनानी आयुर्वेद मेडिकल कॉलेज हॉस्पिटल मीरपुर में रहे हैं और प्री क्लिनिकल एंड क्लिनिकल रिसर्च ऑन ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन और मेडिसिन स्पेशलिस्ट आयुर्वेदिक, द्रव्यगुण, पंचकर्म आपका की क्वालिफिकेशंस हैं। आपने 3 किताबें लिखी हैं एंड पब्लिश्ड मैनी रिसर्च पेपर्स इन नेशनल इंटरनेशनल जर्नल्स एंड पार्टिसिपेटेड इन मैनी इंटरनेशनल नेशनल जर्नल्स ऑफ में अपने कॉन्फ्रेंस में पार्टिसिपेट किया है। मैं अब आगे आमंत्रित करता हूँ हमारे बीच में पवन शर्मा जी से आग्रह करूँगा कि हमारे जो दूसरे को चेयरपर्सन हैं योगराज सागपोता जी का, उनका स्मृति चिन्ह दे करके उन मेमोरीज को स्थायी रखने का काम करें। प्लीज़ योगराज सागपोता सर। योगराज सागपोता सर इज़ मास्टर ऑफ फार्मेसी आयुर्वेद इन 2015 फ्रॉम IPGT RA रसशास्त्र में हैं और डिपार्टमेंट रसशास्त्र वैश्य कल्याण अपने PhD किया है। आपका M.Pharma का जो डिसर्टेशन था, रोल ऑफ रसवर्ग द्रव्य इन फार्मास्यूटिकल प्रिपरेशन ऑफ आरोग्यवर्धनी रसा विद स्पेशल रेफरेंस टू हिपैटोप्रोटेक्टिव एक्शन, और PhD पे जो आपका टाइटल था फार्माकोस्यूटिकल एनालिटिकल स्टडीज ऑन आरोग्यवर्धनी रस प्रिपेयर्ड विद एंड विदाउट पारद विद स्पेशल टू हिपैटोप्रोटेक्टिव एक्शन। और आपका बहुत लंबा एक्सपीरियंस है प्रोफेशन एज प्रोडक्शन ऑफिसर इन एल्डर यूनिवर्सिटी फार्मास्यूटिकल्स एंड वर्कड एज ऑफिसर फार्मासिस्ट मॉडर्न सिंह दरबार वैद्य खाना विकास समिति। आपका बहुत लंबा एक्सपीरियंस, आपने कंसल्टेंट्स WHO के रूप में काम किया है टू डेवलप नेशनल गाइडलाइन एंड गुड मैन्युफैक्चर GMP फॉर आयुर्वेदिक हर्बल मेडिसिन, और अभी असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट रसशास्त्र वैशेष आयुर्वेद कैंपस इंस्टीट्यूट मेडिसिन त्रिभुवन यूनिवर्सिटी में भी काम कर रहे हैं। और आपने कई सारे रिसर्च पेपर्स पब्लिश किए हैं मैनी नेशनल उसमें इंटरनेशनल जर्नल्स में, और कई इंटरनेशनल नेशनल सेमिनार वर्कशॉप्स में आपने पार्टिसिपेट किया है। और आपका एरियाज़ ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है आयुर्वेदिक फार्मास्यूटिक्स, फार्मास्यूटिकल टेक्नोलॉजी एंड फार्माकोलॉजी। इसके बाद मैं आग्रह करूँगा हमारे चेयरपर्सन सर से कि वो हमारे की नोट स्पीकर, पहले की नोट स्पीकर उनका स्वागत तो कर चुके हैं, मैं आग्रह करूँगा हमारे दूसरे की नोट स्पीकर RS सारा शेट्टी जी का स्मृति चिन्ह देकर उनका अभिनंदन करें। मैं बाबुल अख्तर जी से आग्रह करूंगा, आई विल रिक्वेस्ट बाबुल अख्तर जी टू प्लीज फेलिसिटेट आवर एंड अदर स्पीकर डॉक्टर राज नारायण जी। I request Dr. Manisha Goyal to felicitate another keynote person, Dr. P.A.N.G. Pereira from Sri Lanka. She is the organizing secretary of this program. I request Dr. Yugraj Sapkota to please felicitate my co-coordinator in this program, Dr. Sankalp Sharma.
Now I request to our chairperson to felicitate our coordinator, Dr. Rakesh Sharma sir.
And thank you very much, sir, for having such a lot patience on the chair, on the dais, because you have to suffer a lot for the hunger, sir. And others who are there who haven't taken their lunch so far. Now, sir, we end by this, and please move ahead for the lunch, sir. Thank you very much, sir.